Hello and welcome to Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy. And tonight we're getting into some Christian on Christian action. Not that kind. Don't. I mean, unless we just run out of videos like that I had planned and people wanted. Never mind.
I wanted to say "Sock it to me,
Words.
Jesus" after that for some reason. Yeah,
It works. It works. I'll allow it. So yeah, but no. What I mean by that is the phenomenon, I guess. Phenomenon. Do. That. Thank you. I did that once, like on like a Facebook post, and like nobody understood it. I was very disappointed in my friends, but
wow,
so
they lost that memory. How sad for them. Because if you were our age, around our age during that time, that you knew that. At least anybody like us at all.
Right. But no, the phenomenon of Christians not seeming to really be able to agree on a lot of things, or basically what the Bible says, what the teaching is, what's the right way to do the things, how to Christian, basically. So yeah,
I want to know how to Christian.
Yeah, so I know what to avoid. Yeah.
Anymore.
I don't know. Unfortunately, I feel like I could pick it back up pretty quickly if I wanted.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I was pretending. Me too.
I feel you. I feel you. All right. So yeah, but to illustrate such points, thought we'd go back to good old Mr. B of Red Pen.
Your
Logic.
favorite fifth grade Sunday school teacher.
I know. And but I will warn you, like this first video, he is sans hat, so it's just full on his head. And I'll warn you when I pull up the video, but it's a little bit of a jump scare of like on the first frame here, so it's be a little jarring. So like I said, don't worry, I'll give you plenty of advanced warning. But speaking of video clips, somehow like all of our fun little like meme clips, like with the Jack Nicholson from Few Good Men and the Mrs. White, they all disappeared. So I may have to re-upload those at some point.
I think you can put things in our file, and people shouldn't be in our file. So maybe that's a place to keep them. With file folder.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what we're in right now. Yeah. Go fucking figure. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I was so in case you don't know, there's several of us who do shows here on the interwebs, and we share like a Restream account. I was on with Jimmy last week on his show, and we were testing like I would like take in or remove video files from like our studio, but then he would go in on his, but then it would also not be there. So I think even though we have different studios, like these set of clips and everything like on the side tab is still all the same. So
that's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so yeah, so apparently, for anyone who saw Jimmy last week, that would mean it's my fault that he didn't have his intro video on there.
You removed it.
I was kind of because I thought I was like, oh, this is our studio. I'll just clean out their stuff, and, simplify it. But but apparently, I don't know if he did it back or if that was like Derek and Aaron cleaning their stuff out. I don't know. Anyway, so. I might be able to upload those at some point in the background, real sneaky like during the show tonight. But also, I'm just going to check the YouTube here real quick to see if we're having the same problem as last week, where we were just not getting people's comments and whatnot. So let me see.
That's really weird.
It's because we have people watching, but yeah, no comments yet. But
okay.
All right. But I'll keep that open just in case they pop up in there, but not here in Restream. Because we were having that problem last week, but only for the first couple hours. Like the people who jumped on near the end, like saw their comments just fine.
Anyway. I blame the Google parent company.
Yeah. Oh, so I say just the entire alphabet.
I'm real mad at letters right now.
Happens to the best of us. All right. Well, what we drinking tonight, there, Matt?
I'm very pleased with this one. Okay,
Ooh,
Dragon's Milk Emerald IPA. Dragon's Milk, you've had that, right? It's
yes,
one of like
the
the
stout.
OG bourbon barrel aged stouts.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Good
barrel
shit.
fermented India Pale Ale. It's not aged in the bourbon barrel. So
Ooh.
it you got the oak notes in there and the vanilla notes, but not like that stuff that when people do a barrel aged IPA and you're like, glad I had it. Don't need to again.
Yeah, yeah. There was one of those that was really good that I had once. It was Founders Dankwood. It was like an Imperial Red IPA aged in bourbon barrels.
Okay,
Really
yeah.
good, and it definitely tasted like it. So yeah, it was. But I haven't seen it in years. It was one of those they do in the 4-packs, like the Backwoods Bastard and like those, like their whole like barrel age series, and it's like $15 at least for a 4-pack, but so worth it. So, but yeah, that's been. Yeah, the last time I had one of those, the Blue Jackets actually won a playoff series in the NHL. So it's been a minute.
I am not aware of hockey.
Yeah. Well, I'm not really anymore. I was like, well, the Blue Jackets were actually good, but that's been at least 5 or 6 years now. So,
well, speaking of beer, a second ago. What was I going to say? Oh, German Oktoberfests are really expensive because of tariffs.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think, and they only seem to be in 4-packs, and they're like $15 or something.
Man,
I could be wrong.
Times are hard.
I remember it was more.
But good. Yeah, but hey, good segue into my drink or drinks for the evening, because I'm back to the double stein here because the hands feeling better. Yeah. And the hands feeling better. But tonight, I'm not just having one, but 2 different Oktoberfests combined.
Oh.
See, here they are, like being cool together.
Probably,
I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So Sam Adams. Yeah, I mean they're about as different as like Oktoberfest Märtzens can be. I mean they are both like the Märzen style, not the Fest beer style. But the Great Lakes one is a little stronger by. Let's see, yeah, the Sam Adams is 5.3%. The Great Lakes is 6.5. So like more than a full percent stronger.
And a Fest beer is for being drunk all day, right? Is that the one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like get it rolling and keep it going.
It's usually like, yeah, that's the one that's like lighter bodied. Yeah, usually more golden as opposed to amber or the orangey that the Oktoberfest Märzen style. And the Märzen, yeah. And the Märzen is the OG, so that's the one I usually go with. But I mean, there are a lot of good Fest beers out there as well. I think Christian Moorline here locally makes a good one. I think Mad Tree makes an Oktoberfest. I can't remember if theirs is the more Fest beer style or not.
I don't.
Anyway. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had it, but oh man,
this is a really good beer. It's like
it sounds
vanilla
like it. I might have to look for that one.
Here's the color. Ooh. It's got like a slightly like oakier color to it.
Yeah, I like that. I like it a lot, actually. So, all right.
What's next?
Well,
what's next?
Trying. Oh. I guess personal update for people who know my medical health history. This is I actually forgot to tell you today, Matt, but don't worry, it's good news. So I had stage 4 cancer at this time. Well, actually, at this time 4 years ago. We're not exactly sure when exactly it went away, but we knew for sure actually coming up on September 7th, that'll be my 4-year anniversary of officially being in remission. But just to make sure it doesn't come back, I still have regular scans. So today I had my full body PET scan. No, sorry, that was yesterday. I had my full body PET scan, and results came back all clear still. So I'm getting pretty good at these. I think that was like I think that was like my 16th one that I've had over the years. So yeah, I should have got a punch card. Might have got like the 10th one free or something. But
they should do that.
Oh well. Yeah. Yeah, but then tomorrow I have my head and neck MRI because I guess for PET scans, I guess can't get as detailed on the brain stuff, and melanoma likes to go to the brain. But that's like the one place my melanoma didn't go was my brain. Yep. Even though it started here in the back of my head, it just went like straight down to like all throughout my abdomen and my heart, my lungs, around my intestines, down to my leg, and so anyway, that was a whole thing. So yeah, if anyone's curious, go watch my episode Doubting Tommy from last summer. That was a fun one where I went more in depth into my whole deconversion story, especially as it pertains to surviving cancer and then coming out of that, losing my faith and all that. It was it was something. All right, so yeah. Things looking good for me in that department, though, as they have been for almost 4 years now. So, I think that's all for me. Matt, you got any special updates?
Not really.
Things for any things and stuff for the people.
Little news update. I don't know how far this got in the news so far. Apparently, Texas National Guard is staging just outside Illinois to make an entrance, potentially, I guess, into Illinois against the wishes of the governor, to make their way to Chicago against the wishes of the mayor. That would, and a court just decided that what they did in California was illegal with the National Guard. So this would be like right after that, where this is like for sure illegal. And the Illinois National Guard might stop them, like not let them enter, or force them to turn around. Now, this is where this TV show of a country that's happening right now, because that's what all this is. He's like, this is my TV show, and I'm the main character, and I'm the producer and the director, and that's why things are happening. So this could be where it stops being a TV show, and like we have two different states, one red, one blue, kind of in a little standoff. Even if it is just like we won't let you enter, that's a new thing.
Yeah. So stay tuned.
Yeah. So now it's not enough troops to do anything except put on a scene, make a scene and get on some cameras, and like that's the goal. But like, where does this stop being pretend time? So that's where my head was a little bit for today.
Yeah, that's a hell of a place to be, but I guess on a lighter note, but also involving why Texas sucks. College football started over the weekend, and my team, Ohio State, beat up on the number one team, Texas, and made their new star quarterback, Arch Manning, as in nephew of Peyton and Eli Manning of NFL fame, and he's supposed to be like the next greatest quarterback ever, and he looked like a JV backup out there.
Nice.
Like literally, it seemed like a good third of his throws he literally just threw like just at the ground, like there was just nobody there.
or he couldn't get it to them. Which one was it? Nobody was open, or
no? Like someone was open. Like literally, his first pass of the game. Like he rolled out to the right. He had a guy on a crossing route, like wide open. He had great separation from his defender. He was like maybe like 10. I don't know, but like he was only like 10, 15 yards down the field, and he literally threw it like 5 yards on the ground in front of him. So, and he just looked lost and confused all day. So he had like maybe like 3 really good throws, but other than that, he just looked.
So when he it's like when he nails it, he really nails it. It's just, I guess, when.
Oh yeah, yeah. His good throws were really good, but yeah. Anyway, so I had a fun Saturday with that. All right, but I guess to bring my mood back down, you ready to get to some
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Now I'll warn you.
Warning.
So we're watching like some videos from Mr. B from Red Pen Logic, and the opening frame on this one I'm about to bring up, like I said, it's a bit of a Mr. B jump scare. So prepare yourselves. I'll count us down. All right, 3, 2, 1.
Stranger danger.
Yeah, that's quite like. Can't you like start with like all black and have it like fade in? Like, why do you gotta open with? So, like I said, he doesn't even have the hat, so this is just full on.
Yeah, I think they cut it.
Hey.
Okay, so Tommy, what are you drinking? If we're starting.
How's it going, Big Spooky? Fortunately, you didn't miss much unless you like us talking about like the dystopian realities and college football but I guess we could go over what we're drinking. So I'm combining in one large mug together again for the first time 2 Oktoberfest Sam Adams and Great Lakes. So, and I had a couple sips and together they taste pretty good. So how about you, Matt?
Dragon's Milk and Emerald IPA fermented in bourbon barrels. 11% by the way. It's very good too.
Ooh, it's like, ooh, he said as if he hasn't said that before. Hey, not cool BS. That's uncalled for.
I blame his editor.
Hey. I was about to say, well, good. It looks like the YouTube chat's working tonight, but now I'm kind of wishing it wasn't.
Professional golfer, Tommy. That's what that looks like. I blame his editor, which could have been him. But there was clearly like a paused moment where he was just like expressionless, not doing anything, and then he started doing this, and they cut it when he was in mid. Ah! Hey kids, let me tell you about Jesus. Hey kids, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. All right. So, but if anyone else has, I'm kind of going back and forth of whether I want the logo up there. It's like I had it before, so we would have something, but that was when we didn't have like the cool, colorful background. So I don't know. You think the background's enough, or do you think we need a logo or overlay?
I don't know. No, we don't. I don't think.
Yeah, because this one is cool. Yeah, because that one kind of cuts your head off a little bit, and I don't want to do that because we need you for the show, man. So yeah, let's go with this. I think having the background,
it's a punchy background. I also like how it looks like we're this is like hell. This is like Sunday school in hell.
I like that. So
everybody in hell goes, oh, when they say something.
I love that. I do. All right. Before we get going, I'm going to chase my earbud around. Sorry.
Easter egg hunt.
Professional. Yeah, I keep forgetting to swap my earbuds to the one that doesn't hurt. So, yeah. Hold on.
His YouTube viewer number award thing in the background makes me sad.
Yeah, that does. That does. All right. Well, okay, now that I'm finally done like being a professional YouTuber and getting my shit together here. All right. Are we ready, folks? Want to?
This folks is ready.
Okay, let's see where this frame is going and why the most. Let's hear him talk about the most common fallacy used against Christianity: the straw man.
said
basically the problem. Right? Yeah. Basically, on the theme of Christians believing all these very disparate things, and this idea of like someone's attacking Christianity, and it's like they all have the defense, like, well, that's not what we believe, because Christians can do that because the Bible is so very clear on everything. But let's hear him, because kind of like last week, and where his video about the problem of evil was a good overview. I thought this one was a good overview, kind of intro to the topic. Then we'll get into some more specifics in some more videos.
Excellent.
So let's watch, won't you?
Hey Christians, I have a question. Have you ever heard someone attack Christianity and thought, that's not what we actually believe? Well, congratulations. You've likely spotted a straw man fallacy. That's when someone distorts or weakens a view so it can be easily defeated. Before you can refute an idea, you
have a thought there? Or just a noise? Oh, and I should also add once again, so I've watched most of these, not all of them, but Matt, I don't think he's seen any of these yet. So.
I just something that I noticed right away was not right away, but when he starts talking about straw man and all that, this is another one of those things. Like Wesley Hufflepuff said it the other day, where he was talking about thoughts. I'll have them again. He was talking about how
cool.
He says things that, like, if you are a questioning Christian, and then you go looking into the deconstructive area, and you start hearing terms like logical fallacies and straw man. It's a big one that comes up. This is a little bit of like a vaccine against things that deconstructing people might say to Christians in the community still. And this is to introduce people to those terms so they don't feel kind of like blindsided by something they haven't heard before, and giving them a way to categorize what they're saying in a way that doesn't actually hurt them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Completely.
But this just goes to show deconstruction is such a problem for the church that the terminology is like infiltrating into like Christian teaching now. And so like that's the inroads that like deconstruction has made into like the established church. Is now like they have it's there. They have to acknowledge it. They can't ignore it. They're like, oh, let's try to like absorb it into us. That'll work. It always works. It'll work, right?
Here's helping.
But you guys always knew we were a cancer.
Yeah. So apparently he thinks I need to be more animated and talk in a nasally whine, and you'll get that YouTube. What you're saying, I'm not animated or nasally enough as I am. That's offensive.
Now, I'm not saying Mr. B is not a nice person. I don't.
I mean, come on. I'm doing my best here.
I don't know anything about Mr. B. Sorry. But the way he does this cheerful presenter thing makes me worry about the people in his life. A little bit.
And how many of them might be in his basement. Anything? Yeah. But to B.S. Lewis's suggestion that I be more like Mr. B here, I think it actually would hurt. That's my fear. Like it would physically actually hurt. But
wait, can you start like a parallel channel, or do it on here where we do like Mr. B's evil twin? Like we can call him Mr. F or something. Because you've got the beard and the mustache,
like,
right?
Yes. It'd be like, and yes, the F stands.
And you give
for
the atheist flip side of like, you pick a video, right, where like you could do like invert like an atheist version of it, and then like you re-record it as him.
Oh man, if not for the fact that sounds like that would take work, because I would also want to do like the whole like red pen thing. Only I would use probably like a blue pen or green or something, but or a black pen because I'm a soulless atheist. But,
you do have a couple creepy rooms in your basement. Your laundry room's a little creepy, and that front room, the old coal room, is also a little nobody knows about this room kind of thing.
Yeah, the like under the porch.
Yeah, you get a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. We can rig it if you don't have something in there, and then you just and on a back of a cardboard box, you take like a big fat like black Sharpie or whatever color you want, and you start doing your own logic.
Oh, and when I pull up the cardboard, there's just like a weird red stain down in the corner. They're like I never talk about, never reference. Like it's just kind of there.
So it'd be like the rebuttal, or
so people are like postulating, oh, that's what's left of the red pen or something.
And it would be kind of like this would be like the State of the Union. That's what this guy's given. You'd be given the response to the State of the Union. So it's Mr. F, the atheist, in creepy basement. Yeah.
Oh, this could be good, but like I said, man, yeah, I might have to think about that. Let me know if that sounds appealing to anyone. Let us know in the chat. But speaking of the chat, Matt, I sent you a private chat. I don't know if you saw it. It was like during the intro roll before we were on. So, but yeah, let me know. So, yeah. All right. Will do. All right. Okay, so where were we? Oh, yeah. So here, let's do my signature, back them up a few seconds so we can watch the whole thing at least 3 times. All right.
Distorts or weakens a view so it can be easily defeated. Before you can refute an idea...
That's a straw man, is what he's saying. Okay.
You actually have to understand the idea. Otherwise, you're not defeating the actual view, you're defeating an imitation of the view. Sounds obvious, right?
Doesn't it?
But here's the problem. Understanding those who disagree with us takes work. It's easier to misrepresent those we disagree with. Christians face this fallacy all the time online. People attempt...
Kind of like if people remember him like a while ago and we were... I forget what video it was. He was talking about how he was trying to rebut the atheist argument about how what your religion is statistically is pretty much determined by where you were born. But Mr. B was like, "Oh, this is a textbook genetic fallacy." No, actually, this is like a textbook Christian apologist misunderstanding the genetic fallacy. So yeah, he might want to. Yeah, he might want. See, he's fucking with your lights now. But I was actually proud of. So
I have a story for later about lights. Remind me.
Okay, but I'm actually kind of proud because, like, my daughter, like, even though she's going to a private Catholic high school, yeah, I know. But in one of her classes, they're actually learning about logical fallacies. Like, unfortunately, it's not her theology class. I wish they would mix those two. Might be enlightening for them. But they are actually learning about logical fallacies, which is cool. So I presented her with that argument, because we were talking about the genetic fallacy. So I said, "Oh, what do you think of this?" Like some Christian apologists, like when non-believers say, "Oh, it depends on where you're born," and the Christian apologist says, "The genetic fallacy." She made a face like... Like, I didn't say, this is a bad example. I just said, well, here's what some people say. What do you think that's a good example? And she's like, it's like her brain kind of broke a little bit. I was like, good.
I think critical thinking should be a requirement in public schools in Ohio, well, across the country. But you can't graduate until you pass that class. Sure. So, you have to take government.
That would be helpful.
Senior year in Ohio. If you're in a public school and you can't graduate unless you pass it, it's just one of those required classes. But that seems like we should have had that much earlier.
Yeah, right. Yeah, what would be handy? But all right. Well, let's get back to. I'm going to say this guy's my evil twin.
All right. Yeah, all right.
So, Because I'm clearly
it's a very pressed shirt he's wearing, by the way.
Attack a distorted view of Christianity, then pat themselves on the back like they refuted the real thing. Let me give you a few examples that have come my way. One person tweeted, definition of faith, pretending to know things you don't know.
That's literally what it is.
The primary belief of Christianity is...
That's literally what Hebrews...
It's like the... What is it? Like the... Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen, or something like that. But there. So I don't know if that passage in Hebrews talk about faith literally says, but like it says it in those words. But there's all kinds of verses, like in places in the Bible, where you can find something. Oh, this is so that you can know that this is true, or this so you can know that Jesus is the Son of God, or whatever. All these things that Christians now say we have to have faith in. The Bible says that you should know these things, but you don't actually know them because, it's like, yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of maybe like a crude way to put it.
Right.
I'm not that big of.
It's a very direct, provocative way of saying it. A little imprecise.
And I'm not necessarily.
It's the main idea meant to shock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm not necessarily a big fan of Peter Boghossian anyway.
I don't know who he is. So.
Which is who this quote is from. But, yeah, mainly because he's one of those... He's on the side of atheism that's more like everything's being too woke, like Richard Dawkins.
Oh, he's old.
Lawrence Krauss. Like trans, like biological sex is binary and like all that stuff. And
okay, Western Grandpa. Let me introduce you to native peoples everywhere.
Right? Yeah. Two-spirit bitches. All right.
They had special standing.
Let's continue. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So these are supposed to be straw man arguments against Christianity, but since he doesn't like them, then that must mean they're not true. So let's continue.
Pretending to know things you don't know. Another says the primary belief of Christianity is child sacrifice. Another thinks he's representing a Christian argument when he says everything has a creator, God is that creator, God does not have a creator. For each criticism, we should add...
So he does go through all three of those in more detail. But...
These are just cell phones over and over. What's he doing? Stop hitting yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. It's... Meh.
Looks like he's trying out for It, the movie.
You'll float too, kids. All right. But these arguments don't float. Am I right?
Hey, is there a way to get... that wasn't funny. So I
love how you just ignored that. Thank you. That's probably for the best.
I didn't mean to be a jerk like that, but that's just happened.
No, you should. You should have. I earned it.
You remember how in like the Google Meet thing that you could put like beards on people and sunglasses and stuff, and it would fall. No. Can we like put like an It clown costume on him from one of his videos? I have to find a way to do that.
Hey. B.S. Lewis probably knows a way. I've seen him do some creative things with YouTube videos. So,
because I don't want to go like frame by frame and drag it all around to match. I want to find some AI to do that.
Yeah, that's what AI should be used for. Like, do dumb shit like that for us. Yeah.
Stop trying to take over the world.
Not, and not make our like actual art and music and things like that. Just
be absurdly funny. Oh wait, right. It is right now. If you like gallows humor. Anyway, let's get back to Mr. B self-owning.
All right.
Ask, what is the belief being represented? And if the belief is being misrepresented, then we have a straw man. Take the first one. Faith isn't pretending to know things you don't know. It's not a way of knowing at all. It's a way of trusting. Faith is trusting what you have good reason to believe is true.
Wait, second, Bible verses, please. What's the shit you're trying to pull here, Mr. B?
Yeah. And trusting what you have reason to believe is true. It's like he's trying really hard not to say, and we know these things because I guarantee you can find other videos of this guy where he's talking about like things in the Christian faith, and he'll use language like, "And these are things we know to be true."
And you can be confident that God blah, and you can be certain and
or we know as Christians,
we know in our hearts,
something like that
/ made up shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So
it's really interesting that he pulls a Bible definition of faith and not the Bible definition of. Did I just say Bible twice? I meant to say dictionary.
You did.
Neat. He pulls the dictionary definition of faith, not the Bible definition, which seems to be more relevant to him. Must be problematic that that's why he's not going there.
You don't say. Is he straw manning himself now?
Well, that's the only way.
Right. All right.
Faith is trusting what you have good reason to believe is true. Second, the primary belief of Christianity isn't child sacrifice. Jesus, God the Son, willingly lays down his life as an adult.
Oh, an adult.
See, it's not child. It's not child sacrifice. Right, because child sacrifice, child is the only problematic part of that phrase. Right. So it's like, he was an adult. Like, sacrificing adults is totally cool.
But God is forever old / forever young. Forever. God's forever old. So, like, a human being that contains part of him, that would be younger, right? So it's still like, since God's infinite everything, then this would be like somebody infinitely younger than him. So, like, on a God-human scale, this is still child and adult God. This is dumb.
It's true, but the thing is, like, the Bible has, like, also has God approving of child sacrifice, like,
right?
The infamous story of Jephthah's daughter.
Yeah, and then Abraham and Isaac. But that story was probably of the Hebrew people rejecting child sacrifice as a cultural thing. And like, we don't do it anymore. God stopped Isaac from being killed on the mountain. You know, the mountain. And
yeah. All right. So also, people in the chat, if you want to let me know, Matt, like, recently just started getting really choppy on my end. I don't know if that's coming across on your end as well, or if that's just me.
Connection's fine from my direction.
But so it might just be on my end, but yeah. So anywho, let me know in the chat how Matt's looking tonight, or if you just want to compliment his hair. Either way. So all right, so how the death of Jesus? What this isn't child sacrifice. That's what he's trying to.
Okay, it's just sacrifice.
Jesus, God the Son, willingly lays down his life as an adult. Calling that child sacrifice misrepresents what we believe. And finally, Christians.
Okay, fine. It's based on human sacrifice. Ooh, Spooky says you are
all
choppy.
Right. Maybe. Okay. If it doesn't go,
also while Matt's doing
if it
things,
continues. Like, I guess my audio's fine. The video's not.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine, but it's still with nice hair. So the important things.
Yeah.
All right. But also, I see some other people joined on the view count there. But also, sorry, I keep forgetting to ask the chat. But yeah, let us know what you're drinking tonight as well, if anything, or enjoying a nice snack or nothing, whatever.
Is my video still choppy? Okay.
No.
If it happens again, I'll drop out, reconnect.
Okay.
Recommend the shit out of this stuff. My good.
Yeah.
So even.
Yeah, but but just to back up to the whole like child sacrifice thing. So he's saying, like, guys, it's not child sacrifice. Okay, but your religion is still based on human sacrifice. Like, that's still a problem.
This is the most amazing face that he's ever made. Look at that. That is what I see in my head when he's doing his like that's what I like feel coming from his mind. That expression.
Matt's impression was spot on. That's way better than anything I could do. But if you're good, we may get to some Alan Parr later, and I may bust out my Alan Parr impression, which I think is pretty good. I don't know, Matt. What did you think of it?
I don't remember it. You should do it live because I don't remember if it was racist or not.
Good. All right.
Am I drinking gin? No, it's just no.
Did you spike your beer with gin?
No,
that actually might be good.
See what happened? I did smoke a little bit before because I hadn't had any all day, and you can't have that. And so I did just a little bit, and I think it's that combined with like the terpenes in this is just very nice.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know if this is a compliment or not, but you seem normal to me.
No, I'm actually in a pretty good mood. I feel like I'm in a good place.
All right, I dig it. All right, so moral of the story here, so Christianity isn't child sacrifice, but it is still human sacrifice. But he has it like in Red Pen, like Jesus' death is an act of self-sacrifice, not child sacrifice. Okay, but
that makes it. He unalived himself. That's what that is. That's kind of like
I think. Yeah, or I think System of a Down had a line about that in their song "Chop Suey." Like, I don't think you trust in my self-righteous schmoodicide. That's a word, but. Because I'm sure, like in other like religions that they would consider like demonic or pagan or whatever that do human sacrifice, I'm sure in a lot of those, like the human sacrifices, like volunteer themselves. I'm sure that happens a lot.
Well, yeah, if you think it's going to save
does that
people,
mean,
like protect your community or whatever, it's just what you do.
Yeah. So by the Red Pen logic, that's totally cool for people to do that. So, yeah. Anyway.
An adult. Calling that child sacrifice misrepresents what we believe. And finally, Christians don't argue that everything has a creator. We argue that everything that begins to exist has a creator. So the first premise is misstated to make the argument easier to defeat.
It's just each of these challenges. That's what he just said. It's not that. It's just this fallacy. That's all. But we won't talk about that one. Just the straw man.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's,
which I think it's interesting how, I don't know if you can tell here, but in the sentence "God is that creator," he crossed out that and replaced it with the. So apparently God is that creator wasn't good enough. He had to say God is the creator or the creator or whatever. Like that seems like completely irrelevant. So, but yeah. Also, hey Amber, how you doing? Welcome in. But yeah, no, it's pretty much just Bill Craig and his cronies that argue that nonsense version of the argument. Yeah, that's really the old Kalam.
It's good enough masquerading as cosmological
argumentationing thing. Everyone's favorite. All right.
So, yeah, God is that. It's not necessary. Stupid, definite article. He had to add it. Oh, your feelings hurt?
So basically, So basically, he's calling this a straw man fallacy. But in order to defeat the straw man, he has to use the special pleading fallacy. So it's like, is it really any better? Yeah. The answer is no. No, it's not. So, all right.
First premise is misstated to make the argument easier to defeat. Each of the
we're basically saying like it's misstated, but it's like saying, it's misstated according to our beliefs.
Yeah.
That's like, okay, well, of course your beliefs don't think it's ridiculous. That's like us saying like, it's ridiculous to believe that man survived in the belly of a fish or whale or whatever for 3 days. But it's like, but then their response would be, no, it's not ridiculous. It's a miracle. Like, that's basically like the level of like,
same thing.
Like, no, we're saying what you believe. Yeah, no, we're saying what you believe is ridiculous, but you're like, no, it isn't, because according to our beliefs, it's not ridiculous. So,
yeah.
Oh, and Missing Mom is here. Hope everyone is doing fantastic. I'm doing pretty fantastic.
I dropped in to watch your stream, but you were in the middle of talking about like PTSD for soldiers, and I was not in the headspace for that at the time. And so I was like, well, sorry. But it was an excellent topic to talk about. So nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but I will say, like, since if you just popped in, you missed my good news. So for those who know that I am, as of this Sunday, 4 years in remission from stage 4 melanoma. I just yesterday had one of my routine, like, full body PET scans, and it's all clear still. So I am doing pretty fantastic. So, but thank you, BS. It wasn't a whale. I said whale or a fish.
I also don't think Mr. B understands atheist and agnostic humor. Like, when people are doing that slight, they're speaking hyperbolically. It's not a straw man. He's misunderstanding a literary device or like a speaking device with a fallacy, because you really do have to dodge knowing exactly what a fallacy is, don't you, Mr. B?
Yeah. I mean, it's basically he's trying to argue He's trying to argue with memes, essentially.
Do you think he knows he's doing that?
Probably,
so I know some of these people.
I really
some of these
don't
people
know.
do, and then some of these people just they've got no one in their life at all like these people, and so they think we're being sincere in a ridiculous way. They're filtering it,
right? But yeah, just wanted to show appreciation. Yes, thanks, Ember. Yeah, surviving's the best.
Yeah. It's better than not.
Oh, and thanks, Spooky. Yeah, I'm glad I'm here.
According to certain people, that makes slavery okay. Well, it's better than not surviving. Try it. Try it.
Still not good though. Still not good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy I survived, because, like, had I not gone into remission when I did, and the cancer probably would have ended me probably when it was on pace to, like, I probably never would have had the chance to become an atheist, and that would have been sad.
My word, you would have died thinking you're going to heaven.
I know. How lame is that?
You never would have found out. I mean, if there is nothing next, like, you just been like, here it comes, and then you'd be like, and then it's just done.
Yeah, that's why I wish, like, if I am right, and there is just no afterlife at all, it's like, I wish there would be a way to know it, at least for just like a few seconds before it's like lights out, just so I could at least have that small moment of, I was right.
There's a lot of people in the UFO community who have had experiences who are pretty sure there's something, but also people in Bible stories.
Like I said, I'm open to being I'm open to being pleasantly surprised.
We have no reason to think there is other than people's stories. That's it.
Yeah. But Ember also enjoys not dying much of the time. Yeah, much of the time, enough of the time.
I don't know if you're in the U.S., but I get it.
I think she is. Yeah. Any child survivor. No, like, so we might have to have you hop on in a bit, BS, and then you can actually sing that for us. But yep,
do it in your BS Lewis voice.
Yeah. Don't change your voice at all. Just like you don't even necessarily even have to sing. Just like play the music in the background, but you just completely monotone.
I know you can do that.
Yes, that's good shit. So. Earning the title.
That's my screen name on YouTube now. If you see me in comments, it's Moonbeam Matt with a Jack Skellington face on the moon. Yeah,
I dig it.
I like it. It's my new spirit animal.
these challenges purports to know something about Christianity, yet each provides a textbook example of a straw man. The best way to...
Are they challenges or are they just memes? Like, for real.
This is just people not... Here's the equivalent. He's a monkey at the zoo. It's people knock, and the atheists saying this shit, they're just knocking on the glass, making googly, like making like silly faces at him. Like that's what's happening.
Ooh, so here's interesting bit of Ember lore here. So she says, I've had an NDE myself, near-death experience. It isn't like anything I've ever heard anyone else describe, which indicates to me it's a phenomenon of a malfunctioning brain rather than a glimpse of an external reality.
Yeah, that's part of it. The thing I don't know that we understand yet is if is the weird brain firing, is that what's causing the experience, or is the experience causing that? Like, is that just what would happen in the brain when there's a transition happening? I don't think that's the case, but we also can't know that completely for sure.
Yeah. But, and also real quick, apparently this contained a typo that BS corrected, but I'm going to ignore that part. It's Matt serious, or is he pulling? Are you pulling him off? Come on.
Serious about what? What am I serious about?
I don't know. Probably the alien stuff. I don't know. But as far as the NDE stuff, I saw a great debate on near-death experiences. On the skeptic side was Sean Carroll and I think Stephen Novella. I don't remember who was on the pro NDEs or a thing side, but one of them was a guy who like wrote a book, and I guess he has medical background of some kind. So, but one of his main, but yeah, look it up. Like one of his main arguments, like, ooh,
back when I was deconstructing,
I don't remember. Yeah, I can't remember his
neurosurgeon
name, but
he was brain dead.
Might have been. Might be. But he's talking about your new name. Like, no,
that's the real deal.
Legit changed it. Yep, that's what he is on the YouTube.
I was like, it works.
Yeah, I'm just Tommy Stewart. So, Gary Habermas, as Bill Craig would say. So, all over NDE woo woo. Yeah, that's something I've also heard Mike Lacona try to use, like when he's in debates, where he first tries just to establish that the supernatural is a thing, so therefore God can be a thing too. Like he uses NDEs.
But it's not supernatural. If that stuff is real, then there is science behind it. Like,
yeah. But back to the debate thing. So the guy who wrote the book and the other guy, one of their main cases was, or main parts of their case was how like they're saying like the brain is like having these memories like at a time where that sort of brain activity, if it is just normal brain bullshittery, whatever, is like at the point in their unconscious near-death state where they're having these experiences is at a point where the brain shouldn't be able to do that. But what Carol and Novella said was like, okay, but also part of the problem, and I'm probably butchering the reasoning, please go watch the debate, you'll get it. But basically what they're saying is part of the problem with that is during like these NDE, like these like near brain death experiences, your conception of time is completely screwed up. So the fact that you think it was happening during this time is like completely unreliable. Like you can't say with any certainty that you were having this experience at this brain state.
Now, I will say, I wish I could remember which video it was I watched, but I did watch something recently where there have been cases where people have been on monitors, like because something happened to them. They're at the hospital, like being treated for something, and they die.
Mm-hmm.
And, like there's no heart function. At this point, the brain shouldn't be able to fire anymore, and it has like this burst. And one of the people, it was the same parts of the brain that would be kind of like a really intense remembering, like multiple events at once, because it wasn't just like what normally happens when somebody's remembering a thing. It was like they were remembering a lot of things at once. And so that's really interesting. That was probably a moment when that person's life was flashing before their eyes. But this happened after they had already were like biologically dead. Like it hardly ever happens, but it's happened a handful of times, and like there isn't an explanation. I know what it was. It was Simon Whistler on YouTube doing on his side projects channel, I don't know, like 50 things science still can't explain. But he's a big skeptic, so it wasn't like, and therefore it's real, and God did it.
No, just an actual honest. Yeah, here's some cool things. Science just doesn't have an explanation for it. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So, like you said, I mean, there's clearly like something happening with all this, like the reason why people are having these experiences. So, I think learning more about that would be like really cool.
I did have one myself, I think, and all I remember is darkness, and then waking up from darkness. That's what my dad saw too in the hospital the first time before he checked out. Bastion in Neverending Story when he named the princess Moonchild. You call me princess. I had the biggest crush on her because I was like the same age as her when I watched that movie. I was like, okay.
Yeah, and I remember like I saw that at a very young age, and my parents said like I was only like 4 years old or something the first time I saw that.
With the big nothing.
Yeah, but well, my parents had weird standards as far as like what we were allowed to watch. Is basically as long as it didn't have nudity or anything like blatantly like anti-Christian or.
But you were allowed to listen to metal, which is sometimes blatantly anti-Christian or Satan.
Well, when I was growing up, like I was like even like all the way through high school, I was only listening to Christian metal.
Oh, well, good enough.
That's why it was okay.
That'll hold you over.
Yeah. Hey. Well, hey. Everyone be like Spooky and go and do.
Well, maybe we're not good enough yet.
So. Ooh, second. It's a race now.
It's
like you can't be first, but you. and as the great Ric Flair would say, you can't be first, but you can be next.
Oh, I thought you were just going to say woo.
And woo!
That was good.
That
there
too.
You go.
So, thank you. I was actually nervous, like literally right before I started doing them. Like, Tommy, what the fuck are you doing? This is going to be terrible. But then it came out all right. It came out all right.
Man, wrestling was in a weird phase then. It was like overtly racist. But no, even recently it was pretty racist. Yeah. Remember Kamala?
Yeah.
The wrestler? It was like
I haven't
their
seen
only black
like
wrestler
years.
at the time, and it was like this caricature of an African tribesman. I was like, neat. Cool. Okay.
And then there was Hulk Hogan, and
Hulk Hogan in real life was a real racist piece of shit.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Mr. B.
Respond to a straw man is to call it out and correct it. Say something like, "That's not our view. You've presented a distorted version. What we actually believe is," then give a clear and honest explanation. That's how you move forward towards a productive conversation.
I'm on board with this.
I wish I remembered enough of that movie. I had to watch it again.
All right, so who's going to be Bastion? Who's going to be Atreyu?
Well, Bastion and Atreyu are basically the same person.
That's kind of true. Just different lengths.
Like Atreyu was like who Bastion wanted to be.
Mm-hmm. Or like the big guy who ate rocks. What was his name?
That's another one I remember.
And there was a dude who rode on a snail.
There's a lot of good stuff.
Then like the big sneezing turtle. And man.
And you know what? The puppetry was not that amazing in that movie. I mean, for the time, comparatively, it wasn't. But the story was amazing, and the voice acting was amazing.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't care if the turtle just looks like a thing bobbing on a stick.
Okay. So Matt is Atreyu. So.
See, I remember watching the movie, and I identified with Bastion But then I was like, but Atreyu, that's who I wish I was. So I appreciate that.
Oh, and Ember's got dibs on the giant head stuck in the mud.
What? I don't remember that.
But all yours. So, but oh yeah. So what I was going to say a while ago.
Look that up. I recognize that name, but I don't. Okay.
Young Peter Falk. But but yeah. So like I said, when I first saw that movie when I was like 4 years old, my parents said like that was the first like full movie that I ever like actually sat still the entire way through. So
it's like Columbo.
Oh yeah, Columbo.
Nah, he has curlier hair than me, but there's some of the pictures. He has a big old floop going on in the hair, so now I kind of get it. But yeah, Columbo was he drunk like the whole time he was filming that show?
Or okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say this movie that he was in that was fucking hilarious. It was called Murder by Death. Matt, have you seen this?
No, but I know I've heard you talk about this, and this sounds great.
Yeah, it's like a spoof on like old like murder, like a murder mystery type movie. It's got like all the characters in it are supposed to be like parodies of either like murder mystery characters or authors, and it's stars also features Truman Capote as this. It's similar to Clue in a lot of ways, like that kind of movie. But yeah. Oh, but Mr. B totally making the sneeze toward his face. Yep, that's where we're at right now. Yeah. But yeah, super relatable. Absolutely. Yeah, the way Bastian kept getting into the story and the stupid real world kept being a jerk and pulling him back out. Yep. Oh, and speaking of being in the real world and pulling him back out, Peter Falk also in Princess Bride as the one reading the story to young Ben Savage. Right. So,
but I will say, like the real world movie, real world moments that interrupted, it fit with the story as he was reading it. I really liked the, like I think before I even knew,
what was happening.
Done. Like the whole thing was kind of an allegory for stuff he was processing with his own trauma. And so you kind of like wonder, was he actually reading anything? And is this actually the same story that like Peter Falk was reading to him? Or was this like his processing of his trauma? Bastian, I mean.
Wait, which oh yeah, Peter Falk wasn't in the Neverending Story. He was in Princess Bride.
I blended those two things together in my head.
Come on, you should know better. You're basically him. Come on.
Okay, but yeah, Bastian in the Neverending Story, yes. It blurred the lines between the story and his real life. It blew my fucking mind, all right?
Yeah. It was very well done. Yeah. Bottom line there. All right. So let's let Mr. B finish his turtle sneeze.
The way Christians aren't immune to misrepresenting others, we can commit the same fallacy too. That's why we train red pen thinkers to be constantly asking questions, seeking clarity. And
apparently followers of his channel, they have a name. They're the red pen thinkers. It's like, oh God, how do I avoid ever having that title?
This is another face. This is another good face.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, this face is almost like the voice behind the nothing or whatever. Or the force, the something behind the wolf, dude. Like, it was also relatable because it was all a lie. The story did have an end. No, but there was a sequel and it was awful.
Oh, I think I watched that and I blocked it out.
Yeah, see, I don't remember anything about it. I just remember that it existed, and apparently my brain was, that's enough. Because I saw it.
There was too much Falcor. That's all I remember. Or that was a dream I had.
That could be. Yeah, I honestly don't remember really anything about it, except I think it was supposed to be Bastian as an adult.
Garbage.
Garbage. Yeah. Nope.
Now that only works if the story is now like a very like adult version. I don't mean porn. It could have been porn, but
I might enjoy a never-ending story.
I do remember that. I remember like the struggles he was having in his mind, and like the never-ending story stuff was playing out. And I'm like, this is a kid's brain. You're a fucking adult. Like, this is just messed up. Like, yeah.
Oh,
like Falcor needed a mortgage and shit for that to make sense to me, for it to be an adult.
There was a third?
What?
I mean, at least it had Jack Black, I guess, but
it might be all right. Has anybody seen it?
And I did enjoy Final Fantasy 2 for the irony. Now, also, you might want to buckle up for this one, Ember, but there's like at least 15 Final Fantasies. Or like all the Final Destination sequels.
That's just people being nearly dead for movies over and over again.
Mm-hmm. And then actually dead, but will all of them be actually dead? You ever think about that? It's like, if it wasn't for the fact that like the movie like singled out like a single hero that always survives all of them, it's like they're still tragic because like literally everyone else dies. So like it's still bad, but like, oh, one person survived, therefore success.
The story of America.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how we expanded west. One of us survived.
Right.
God's on our side. Manifest that destiny, bitches.
Anyway. All right. It looks like it's in the middle of another turtle sneeze. So,
following the principle of charity, we want to represent other people's views.
Do you? Fuck off.
Charity. Represent other people's views well.
As strongly and as fairly as possible. We don't want to beat up straw men. We want to challenge steel men.
I just loved how he said that, like, because he loves a steel man.
I had wondered about his needs.
Yeah, he's crying out to us. Let's hear that again.
Fairly as possible. We don't want to beat up straw men. We want to challenge steel men, the strongest version of the opposing view.
Yeah, give me that strongest version of what you got. That's right.
I was looking right at him that time, and I was like, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
thanks for letting us all know.
Nothing wrong with that, but yeah, nothing wrong with that if that's how he is. But hey, yeah, if he wants to challenge the Man of Steel,
if he's going out, he's going out.
That would be fantastically fabulous. But so I just want to see that.
And we want to challenge steel men, the strongest version of the opposing view, because ultimately a red pen thinker cares more about truth than winning an argument. All right, here's your homework. Can you think of a time when Christianity was misrepresented? And be honest, can you think of a time when Christians misrepresented someone else's view? Tell me.
Like pretty much most of the videos that we watch of yours.
I mean, he did it a little bit in this one, but just by misunderstanding the point of what was being said. Mm-hmm. It's like, yes, they're exaggerating a little to get your attention because you're thick as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. But one more time, because this video is basically over. But
people's views as strongly and as fairly as possible. We don't want to beat up straw men. We want to challenge steel men, the strongest version of the opposing view. Because
you even like got the rocking motion there. Yeah.
Ride that horse, buddy.
Yep. All right. So
he's wondered what
any further thought?
Would Superman blow a hole in him?
Would he want him to? Would he say please? and then much like my man Doubting Thomas and Jesus, they got to finger those holes now. So, but yeah, I'm with Spooky here. Yeah, not doing homework. Nope. It's like, you're not my real dad or my real teacher or something. Even though one of us looks like we could be the other one's dad, but
this whole
oh, Ember with the zing.
Yeah.
Talks a lot about straw men for a cowardly lion. Oh,
the whole like red pen thing, where it's like teachers, like this whole like teachers here, school's in session, like. Let me tell you about the straw man.
He does seem like,
and the steel man.
it does seem like there is a certain aspect of his self that he's trying to suppress, but it just keeps like peeking out, popping out. One of those words. Mr. B feels like the Blue's Clues of apologetics. His target audience needs to be kids.
Right, but I don't think that's what.
But it also needs to not be kids. It also needs to not be kids, though. Stranger danger. They need an adult.
Right, that's the weird part. It's
right.
like this definitely feels like it's for like high school and up, or maybe he is trying to appeal to kids. But like, why use the red pen? Like red pen is kind of a little bit of like trauma inducing for kids because of teachers.
Bit. Yeah,
Mr. B's coming out.
You walk the world, you know. All right. All right. Any other thoughts on this, or do you want to get to the next one, or just other?
I don't have any more thoughts.
Generalities.
Like that was fun.
Right.
That was Mr. B missing.
Yeah.
Forest for the trees.
Oh, I need like to frolic through that forest. I mean,
ooh, could we do like a parody
right,
apologetics channel and call it the Forest for the Trees?
Okay, I'll do the like Mr. B's like evil twin thing. You do the
because I got images. Thing. There's a park nearby, French Park. I can be out near some trees there, and I can have like some epiphanies. I can have some Christian epiphanies. Like God is love, so you can substitute God's name wherever you see love in the Bible and the Son. Like I saw. It's so wonderful.
But here's the thing:
to connect God is love with switching out God with love in the Bible, and it just makes something more alive.
Here's the thing, though: if you did that same literal thing, so many Christians would not recognize that as a parody.
They'd all be from Arkansas.
That's. All right, so I'm going to try a live swap here. Let's see. Haha, now it's different.
Oh, this is duet.
All right, but first, kind of surprised he even says the pen is red. You see, spiritually, it's actually blue because blue is a higher wavelength than red. And spiritual nature is a higher frequency or something.
Red is the devil's color. Is it because he's correcting things? Is that why it's red?
Yep. Well, he's correcting it with the blood of Jesus.
He's like, schools in, children.
Because Christianity's here's some Jesus blood because Christianity's it's not about child sacrifice, remember?
Yeah, there's blood in this pen. Come on.
Yeah. Anyway, all right.
Keep calm and apologize. What does that say? I need bifocals.
Keep calm. I'm an apologist.
Run for the hills, everybody.
Yeah, just calm. I think that's like just keep calm and slowly back away. Like no sudden movement.
Right.
don't startle him. Like his vision's based on movement.
It's like having a mug that says "Turn your head and cough."
Yep. All right. Well, at least he's wearing a hat again, and this one actually has a slight curve to it.
He had that brand new hat last time. It was,
but
it still had like a little bend in it, which made it worse.
See, but what I love is like, so my dad, like when he wears baseball caps, all of his are like completely flat, but it's not because he's like hip and cool. It's just because he's probably autistic and is like, well, this is the way the hat came. This is just, I'm going to wear it. I'm not going to, but he's wearing it like with his polo and his like navy blue like khaki shorts and his like striped tube socks pulled all the way up his calf and his bright white Reeboks. And
yeah, your dad's all
so that's my dad. If y'all wondered how I became as cool as I am, that's my dad.
Tommy's one of the more social people in the family.
Well, it's my sister and my mom. They are like normally social, but among the men in my family, yeah. Well, I'd say my older brother Ed, he's also pretty social, but in a way, and this is going to sound really mean, but but in a way, it's like, could you not?
One of the most common things said to someone who is meeting Ed for the first time, is Ed says something, and you send the person he's saying it to, don't say what vibes. Don't ask for clarification. It only gets worse for you from here.
Yeah. Because even though, like I said, he's my older brother, I've known him literally my entire life, and still that's sometimes my reaction to him. What?
Yeah. I like to ask him what, because it always gets worse. And it's funny. Like the time he said that, like, so a lot of people are Republican because of their Christian faith. He says he's a Christian because of his conservatism.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic in that, man. So anyway, so now, ooh, well, hey, I mean,
you can only dream.
And I can say, dream bigger, perhaps, like literally bigger, because I am a short person.
Dream big, kids, dream big, dream big. That's a Bob Villain song.
If you want to be talking about dreaming big, I mean, I'm barely 5'7" and $150 soaking wet. So
anyway, lighter now,
but a little bit. So all right, so now, in the spirit of Christians can't seem to agree, now he is going to directly address another Christian and how they're wrong, even though they're literally using Bible verses to back up their claim. So this is one I haven't seen the whole thing, but I saw like the kind of skimmed it a little bit. So, but this will still be mostly new to me.
There's a red pen in his cup.
Ooh, yeah! Don't drink that, my dude. That's I know it. I know they smell great. They do not taste the same. I mean, what? So okay, but let's hear him explain why this Christian is wrong about how they're literally just.
Oh, he's responding.
I've shared prayers on here.
He's responding to a woman.
Yep.
Let's see.
I've shared prayers on here before and said, God bless. And that's because my faith is really important to me. And it's also one reason why I love every neighbor. In Matthew 22, a religious
well, there's your first mistake.
teacher asked Jesus, what's the most important commandment? And Jesus says to love God and to love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. There's no greater commandments than these. I believe it's mentioned 8 times, love your neighbor. So yes, everyone belongs, everyone's welcome, everyone is treated with empathy and respect. It doesn't say love every neighbor except. There are so many reasons I stand strong in love. I stand with everyone. That's who I am. And the love back and the God bless if you disagree is genuine.
Miss Rachel recently made a short video celebrating LGBT.
He pulls that pen out. What a dick.
Yeah, so
this is Miss Rachel. Is that what he said? Is that who this is?
Yeah, Miss Rachel. Oh, yeah. Do you know who that is? Oh, I don't. I'm not actually familiar with her. Like I've heard her name.
I guess the best way to describe it is she is the little kids now, and probably the ones a little bit older than them. She's their generation's Mr. Rogers. She's empathy, love, acceptance, like all of that. And kids love her, parents love her. She did some there were some kids who escaped Gaza. there was a girl who was like a multiple amputee, I think, and she had a prosthetic, and there was like this jump song that they were doing together, and it was extremely touching. And a certain group of people called her anti-Semitic because she was showing the humanity of a multiple amputee war refugee. And she's experienced a lot of backlash from that, but she did it because that's who she is, and why wouldn't you? Like,
right?
Yeah. So the look on his face. This is somebody who is just like, I love you no matter who you are, and like means it, and builds into kids like no one else who does that. And and he's like, look at what she has to say, all this empathy shit. God is love, not empathy. Like what?
See, you sound just like him. But yeah, it's basically like complete like universal love and light and accepting everyone. We can't have that. Especially not if you're claiming to believe in God while you're doing all that love and acceptance bullshit. Like, whew. All right.
What is going to be his take? Like, what's his problem with her version of the greatest commandment?
Let's find out. Oh, here it is. Well, first of all, she's a woman. You know what the Bible says about listening to women? Don't. Because they shouldn't be talking. So, even though also in the Bible, the women were the ones who reported about the empty tomb to the disciples. So therefore, literally the first people in the world to preach the gospel, according to the Gospels, were women.
But that's how you know it's real, because the witnesses were people no one would trust at the time.
Well, no. Here's the apologetic: is like, it's real because they wouldn't. If it was, they were trying to make up a story, they wouldn't put women in there because you see, women's testimony wasn't accepted in court. So therefore, this completely not court situation wouldn't have women just telling their friends stuff.
And it was
not in a court of
women's
law.
job to continue to like anoint the body and stuff after death.
Yeah, it was the women who went to the tombs, and also like the women like in court like didn't have their test, even though like in court their testimony wasn't worth as much. Just socially, like in the community, like women had a lot of influence, but
they just weren't legally trustworthy.
Yeah.
In America, it's different.
But hey,
women are legally trustworthy, but they're not actually trustworthy, depending who you are.
Right. But hey, this is just my opinion. Look, I'm no cold case detective, but
that's okay.
These are just
we've got a red pen logic tier here.
But that's okay because at least pertinent to his story, maybe neither was J. Warner Wallace, at least at the specific times he was referencing. But hey, that's neither here nor there. Zod took care of all that, so
he might be autistic too after watching his how hard he worked on that.
Yeah, but hey, one of us. Anyway, all right. So let's hear why Miss Rachel here is just being all love and light, and Mr. B ain't having none of that B or something. Those are words.
Yoink!
Miss Rachel recently made a short video celebrating LGBT pride, and after some backlash, she offered this video defending her view. Now, this isn't going to be a Mr. B versus Miss Rachel takedown video, so if you're here for that, just keep moving. Instead, what I want to do...
You're here to watch me take down Miss Rachel. Yeah, you're not in her type.
Yeah, it's like, no, like, look elsewhere, specifically my OnlyFans.
You want to watch me take down the Man of Steel.
Yeah, that's right. I may not be a cold case detective, but we do got young Columbo.
I do look a little squinty.
Yeah. Now, can you say, but just one more thing?
That's the marriage of Juana that does that.
All right, but let's see why. I guess this was a response to her having the audacity to celebrate people being themselves. Yeah, taking the whole love everyone command seriously.
Is zero in on where our fundamental disagreement lies. Let's start with
right, because you can't just let a nice video go by. It's like, no, I have to address my fundamental disagreement on some.
He's responding to this video because it's giving enough Christians the good feels. He has to step in and wreck it because them aren't the theologically good feels.
Right. Can't have that. So, yeah, I think the B stands for buzzkill. Oh, hey, our Facebook top fan, James,
Good
is
to
back.
see you.
Where does the Bible say women shouldn't be talking? I think it's in the Timothy's where Paul says they shouldn't be talking in church. Yeah.
Would we define no woman? And whoever defines himself as a woman.
Yeah, to me, a woman is someone who comes up to me and says, "Hi, I'm a woman." I'm like, okay, that's good enough for me. It's like,
and no, I'm not going to check their pants, James.
Yeah, and also, like, I would have more to say on that, but I'm not taking the bait.
Yeah.
So.
And you can take that any way you want, James.
But
you want to take the bait. If you want to feel superior because we're not taking the bait, to go for it, I guess.
Yeah. Not what tonight's stream is about. We've done other shows about such
but also
topics,
glad you're here.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, legit. But, oh, man. All right, so again, back to the Mr. B. The B stands for buzzkill.
Where Miss Rachel and I agree. We both want to follow Jesus' command to love your neighbor. And that, of course, includes your LGBT neighbor. So that's where we agree. Where we disagree is what it means to love. Miss Rachel seems to think that loving your neighbor somehow trumps God's other moral commands. And this is...
It fucking does! It's the greatest commandment.
Well, I want to see where he's going with this because I may kind of agree with what he's saying.
Is he going to say
that's not a huge mistake? After Jesus gave the two great commandments to love God and to love your neighbor, he says this: on these two commandments depend all the law and the prophets. Now notice Jesus isn't saying that love for God and neighbor trump the law and the prophets, so you don't really have to worry about them. No, he's saying that the commands to love God and to love your neighbor summarizes what the law and the prophets were all about. The law and
yeah, because this is actually a big bone of contention I have with the more like progressive Christian, like deconstruction crowd who say like it's all about love God, love people, but the problem is they're defining loving God and loving people on their own terms,
it's a humanist
or like by modern terms. Yeah, but if you actually read the Bible and what the Bible says it means to love God and love people, first of all, loving God means obey God. Like even Jesus said, like if you love me, keep my commandments. So according to the Bible, loving God is obedience. So for all these people who say, oh, loving God is just like spending time with them and having all the good feels. It's like, no, it's you fucking obey. That is how you love God.
It's like, that's cool if that's your religion, but that's not Christianity anymore.
I don't know. I think it is. What isn't Christianity?
Well, I guess it depends. Because if somebody wants to say New Testament is equal to the Old Testament, then the law being like the fulfillment of the greatest commandment or whatever, then you can't get away from that. But if you want to be like a New Testament mostly and Old Testament only, if it agrees with the teachings of Jesus, that's a different kind of Christian. I think the former kind of Christian is more like Christians who wish they were Jewish.
Well, but the thing is, like, and this is like my view on that is like, when he's in a way, I kind of agree actually with what Mr. B is saying here. How like I think when Jesus said love God and love your neighbor, how he says like that sums up all the law and the prophets. So he's not saying that's more important than everything. No, he's like everything in the law and the prophets, like that is how we define what it means to love God and love others. So we love God by obeying his law, and we love others by
obeying God's law.
Also acting according to the law. So, and making sure they act according to the law. So again, I think a lot of the Christians nowadays who try to say, "Oh, it's all just about loving God and loving other people," like forget all the rules and stuff. It's like, no, I would make the case, according to Jesus, those rules were all still very important.
That's what I meant. Like people who
yeah
aren't focusing on those old rules, they're not exactly Christians because they're not following Jesus.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I got you now. I got you. So we're basically saying the same thing.
Like they're like like venturing into kind of like they kept going probably universalism, but also there's that's more of a humanism thing. It's like humanist Jesus.
Yeah. Well, so apparently as a non-Christian, I don't get to define Christianity. Well, the way I'm defining Christianity is the way I've also heard it defined by other Christians.
Yeah.
So I'm going. So I mean, I can't tell those people who identify as Christians that they're wrong. So again, this is kind of on theme for tonight.
There's all different kinds of Christians.
I wish all you Christians would. Yeah, that's basically like one of the main themes of tonight. It's like Christians need to make up your minds on all this stuff, and then you can get back to us. But in the meantime, if I'm going to hear if someone tells me if someone identifies as a Christian and they say, well, this is what Christianity means, just as the same, if someone tells me that they're a woman, I'm going to say, okay.
We're not telling you what your beliefs are, James. So, we're just telling you what a variety of Christians have said to us directly, or that we've seen them say.
Or I, as a Christian, believed myself, like as a Christian, like that was the kind of Christian I was for a good chunk of my life.
And what we're saying is there isn't one Christianity. There's Christianities, plural. There's different versions of it, and
and also I do want to point out your last sentence there, and you can't understand the Christian experience not in your current state. That is gaslighting, my friend.
I don't appreciate that.
So,
that's
like saying, like, okay, I just because I am no longer in college, that I no longer understand what the college experience was. Like, that's bullshit.
Yeah, and we were former Christians, and we were probably deeper into spiritual warfare stuff than I get the impression you probably were or are. So, not to compare dick sizes, but.
Yeah, but here the thing is, like, what you're trying to pull here, I know you're not serious. So,
what?
I don't know.
I don't know why you're saying that. Also, the only link I saw on James' Facebook page was the official Kremlin website. So, just saying.
Yeah. So take things with the appropriate size grain of salt. Anyway, so let's back up just a little bit. There's a slightly better
chilly.
God and to love your neighbor summarizes what the law and the prophets were all about. The law and the prophets teach us what love for God and love for neighbor really look like. So genuine love for neighbor cannot ignore or reject God's moral commands. Instead, genuine love obeys God's commands. Writing his second epistle, John says, "And this is love, that we walk according to his commandments." Similarly,
see,
God defines love very different than people.
This is true.
Well, I know.
Right.
That was the real problem. And it's super weird that demons obeyed us when we weren't real Christians.
Yeah.
What
like literally like prayed for people and they were healed. I was baptized. I confessed with my I confessed with my mouth and believed in my heart that Jesus was Lord and God raised him from the dead.
But James wasn't there. So it didn't count.
No. Or now I don't think that, and because a verse in 1 John or whatever says if they went out from among us, they were never one of us or whatever. So
right.
Yep. I mean, so I get it. If you're going to be a Christian, like gaslighting is literally written into your book as something you have to believe. So
I'm not sure what emperor means, but I'm kind of curious.
Yeah. No, I don't know if you're taking the angle just because like the whole story and religion is just false, or there are just so many different kinds, or even if you try to get a definitive version of Christianity from the Bible, you really can't because there's so many different versions. So, but either way,
there wasn't much to build an orthodoxy on. Period. That might get you riled up.
I mean, hell, it wasn't until like the Council of Nicaea in like the 4th century until they figured out if Jesus was God or not, or not figured out, but came to an agreement
at the behest of a government leader. And wouldn't you know it, the one that focuses on surrender to authority is the one that came out on top. And Gnosticism, which was about personal knowing, was evil. And
dude, like Santa Claus was like, catch these hands, bitch. So, like that's a real thing. Like the Saint Nicholas like punched a dude for being a heretic. Yeah.
Was it somebody being a Gnostic, or was it somebody being what became canon?
I think. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was, like, because I don't care, because that's not the funny part. So,
jolly old Saint Nicholas.
Gonna throw some hands.
Fuck! Now I have the whole rest of that song playing out in my head.
I know, but I'm trying to change the words, but now I'm realizing that's just all going on in my head and nothing's happening actually like on stream here. So we should probably get back. Oh, but Ember to the rescue. Always made me laugh out loud too. Knowing is a heresy, but also you have to know Jesus, right?
It's got to be in your heart.
Okay, so yes, we Christians differ in belief, but the point is that we can agree on some basic things. Do tell, including imitation of Jesus, reverence for his teachings. Now, if only you could all agree on what imitating Jesus actually looked like and what his teachings actually were that you're supposed to have reverence for.
Also, find that's a Christian who hates Jesus. You can't do it. I don't know where the fuck that's. Do you think we're calling ourselves Christians?
Yeah, and I don't think I ever said a Christian would hate Jesus, but I honestly don't know why you think that's a
no offense, James, but like it's a little weird. You show up and you like want us to have your conversation.
Yeah, but okay. Here's the other thing that gets me real quick is, I guess this is on theme for the whole like how Christians can't seem to agree on things, but are okay disagreeing. Like they say, well, we disagree on peripheral, non-essential things, but apparently some of the things you think that are non-essential that Christians disagree on, just little things like, is anyone going to hell? Like, is it eternal conscious torment? Is it annihilationism? Is it universalism? That's been a thing. Or once you're saved, like, can you lose your salvation? That's another thing they can't seem to agree on. Or in our case, if we once were a Christian, but we're now not, were we actually Christian before? Or were we really Christian, but we just left? Because I have asked many Christians this, like, okay, I grew up Christian, was a Christian for like 35 years, completely devout, believed it with all my heart, acted, walked in it, all the words. But now I'm an atheist. And I've asked so many Christians, am I going to heaven or hell now? And I have got completely different answers. All of them had scripture to back them up.
Also, look at James with the witty retort.
Yeah, we're replying, but again, I have no idea what you're talking about, though. So if you want to clarify the whole, like, find a Christian who hates Jesus thing, feel free. But
it was weird when I wasn't a Christian anymore. Like, there were people, like acquaintances from the old prayer stuff, who, like, didn't hear me when I said that, who didn't believe me. And they...
When you said what?
Like, when I said I wasn't a Christian anymore. Like, the group of guys, like, if they had like decided in their head, like I was going to be the one to like bring you back to Christianity, when I had told them I wasn't a Christian anymore.
Yeah, and even after like I had been like out as an atheist for like well over a year at that point, and like we hung out, and one of them like in earnest asked me, "Oh, so what's your relationship with Jesus like?" I'm like,
He was trying to do that whole main
not
camp prayer regiment on you.
Yeah, but
which is basically anyway. A spell,
right? Yeah,
yeah.
So
interesting,
but yeah, so like I said, yeah. So, but to James again, like that's kind of the point of the show tonight is like how much Christians can't seem to agree on, and how much like bigger of a deal it really is than a lot of them let on, or even the ones who do think it's a big deal that all these Christians disagree, and so therefore they're heretics and probably going to hell and aren't real Christians. Like it'd be really nice if there were all these discrepancies and we were believing all the wrong things about Jesus, if he could clarify it for us. And don't say that God already clarified it in the Bible, because if anyone says the Bible is clear, that's like that saying about if you say you understand quantum mechanics, you don't actually understand quantum mechanics. Same, if you think the Bible's clear, you don't understand.
So James, the reason why I said that before about like you wanting us to have your conversation, that was me kind of trying to let you know that like if you keep doing that, we're probably not going to respond to you anymore.
Yeah, we're still playing along now, but yeah, there are limits. Anywho, all right. Well, let's back him up a little bit.
Instead, genuine love obeys God's commands. Writing his second epistle, John says, "And this is love, that we walk according to his commandments." Similarly, 1 John 5:2 says, "By this we know that we love the children of God, when we affirm and celebrate whatever they do." No, it says when we love God and obey his commandments. Again, so we see how genuine love and
so that makes it sound like loving people just doesn't matter.
Well, loving people in a way that actually makes sense to us as people now, that doesn't matter. It's all love is
it's all obedience to God
as defined. Yeah, it's love as defined by the Bible, basically, or Christian teaching, or the law, whatever.
That sounds like a raging narcissist. The way you love other people is by loving me more and more, said our president.
Oh, see, like, this would be really handy if the sin I wanted to do was committing murder, like all these like apologists say that I would be doing without God anyway. So this is great. I can do a murder, and
That's
you can
so great.
This is fantastic. See, Matt. This is why we're why we're
Twitch
friends.
bots here.
Yeah,
cheap viewers. We don't want cheap viewers. We want expensive. We want expensive horrors. Get off.
Yeah. Oh. Speaking of obeying the law,
I know.
Is Tim wearing mixed fabrics?
Does not love
hoodie
God.
Looks like two different fabrics.
His jacket has a little bit of polyester in it, I'll bet. If not his hoodie.
And that hat definitely has at least two materials.
Okay, but his hat is separate from his jacket and his hoodie. So does that count? Oh, wearing it all, right?
Well, no, he's saying like I think what Ember's saying is on its own, the hat is two fabrics.
Sorry, I didn't
and on its own, the hoodie is two fabrics. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's okay. Happens to
I like his satanic hobbit shells, by the way. Also,
damn it! Now I need a satanic
there's a book
hobbit
or something
shelf
back there that has. I think that's 3 colors of the pansexual flag.
Oh yeah, it's 4 colors. Of like it's green or tealish, yellow, purple, and red.
Yeah. All right. It just caught my eye a little bit. Made me laugh.
I'm sorry. I don't remember what the pansexual colors are.
It's blue, yellow, and like reddish pink, I think.
Okay.
Fuchsia.
Yeah.
Jimmy Snow likes to say it's not about the cookware.
Yep. All right. But I got to back them up again. What are we talking about? Oh yeah. So this is the part where I actually do generally agree with him on. It's like you can't just say it's all about love God and love people and then just define it for yourself. It's like, no, like even according to Jesus and the Apostle Paul, like love is very well defined by what we teach in the Bible.
But Tim is going to say that, well, we don't have to pay attention to that part of the law because blah, blah, blah. But we do need to pay attention to the part of the law about like what goes in what holes, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And well, so I'll let him finish because I have more to say about whether or not the Bible really does condone or condemn homosexuality and such things. But
yeah, it's at least unclear.
Yeah. Love God and obey his commandments. Again, we see how genuine love and God's commandments are related. We love our neighbor by keeping God's commands, not by rejecting them. By the way, this is why Paul says, love does not rejoice at wrong.
Why does he think that she's rejecting them? Does the Bible say you should be unkind and not love the queer community? It doesn't.
All right, I think it might be because again, I didn't see her statement or whatever about Pride or the LGBTQIA plus community and what her level of support or whatever. I mean, I'm assuming she's completely yeah. I mean, I'm assuming she's like completely affirming and celebrating of all that, but just as we are, in case anyone was in doubt of that. Yeah. But
we made James angry. He went to bed, I think.
Yeah. For those like who can't, like James is on Facebook, so the YouTube folks aren't seeing his comments unless we put them up.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you want to see him, like follow us. Follow us on Facebook as well. That's where us old people hang out. Apparently, at least that's what my kids tell me. Yeah. It's a heck of a reach to say a trans man with 12 boyfriends has a problem with gay folks. I have not heard the argument of how Jesus is a trans man, or is that if he only came from, or is that the argument that if he only came from Mary, then he had no Y chromosome, so therefore, like developmentally, he was probably female, but identified as male,
or presented as male,
or I mean, even presented, or because this is an argument I've made because like what a lot of the like conservative fundy crowd will say is like if you don't have like what they consider the appropriate equipment for a specific gender or sex, you shouldn't identify as that gender or sex. Like, but they're also very adamant that God doesn't have human anatomy, that he's like spirit, but he's definitely a he. So then when you're telling me, okay, so God identifies as male even though he doesn't have the equipment, like, but you're fine with that? Make up your mind.
And they completely. Well, if they know, they ignore it. If they know there are intersex people, they ignore it. But if you tell them there are people who aren't either, and they were like, no, that's not. And you say, no, for real, there are people who aren't exactly either male or female, and so they end up generally, whichever one they present more as, like that's how people treat them, who don't know them,
and. So and quick plug for a video by Forrest Valkai, like one of my favorite YouTubers. He has a great video about like sex and gender. I think it's called like Sex and Sensibility or something like that. But where he goes, like he's a biologist, so he like goes into like all the science. It's like I think it might be over an hour long or something close to that. Really in depth. But basically his point is it's like to really know, because like there are so many factors that go into like what we think of as male and female. Like it's not just the X and Y chromosomes, because it's not like, the Y chromosome doesn't just magically grow a penis. It's like there are so many steps along the process. Okay, the Y chromosome has to interact with certain things, and there's like a whole chain of, and just anyway, like just the whole development. So basically his point is, in order to actually fully know where you are on this spectrum, because it is a spectrum, like with all the factors, it's like you basically would have to get your entire genome sequenced to really know how male or female or whatever you are. But like, obviously we don't do that. But
it's spooky. It brings up a true fact from the Bible.
Well, this is another discrepancy between what the Bible actually says and what Christians think
So,
it says.
so if it's a spectrum, does it range from a penis that fills the temple to labia that fill the temple? Is that the spectrum? Is Asherah the temple filling genitals of the So if they're just in the temple at the same time, they're like they have to be having sex because their genitals are just everywhere.
Well, yeah. So if God is omnipresent and he has genitals, that means his genitals are also omnipresent. So I'm basically blowing God right now. So and getting anal.
Oh my!
So
good Lord, that's graphic.
Well, and Trump is like every time he's dancing, he's just jerking him off. Yeah,
jerk off dance to YMCA, and the letter he wrote to Epstein. I mean, not Epstein algorithm. Fuck off.
It's all a hoax.
Yeah. But there's all those documents, but it's also a hoax. Yeah. He's still pulling that.
Yeah. So yeah, the new Sex and Sensibility is pretty great. Suddenly demonetized. Well, joke's on you. We were never monetized to begin with. Anyway, so Forrest is wise, but also chromosomes are irrelevant. Gametes too. Man, woman, other existed long before we knew about either of those things. Yeah. Good points. Yeah. So that's why I said, like, when it comes to like define a woman, define a man, it's like I don't really worry about defining it. It's just like if someone comes up to me and says, "Hi, I'm a man," or "Hi, I'm a woman," or "Hi, I'm non-binary," or "I'm gender fluid," whatever. However they introduce themselves to me. Okay. I'm like, okay.
Like literally, what falls apart?
Moving on.
If someone who looks like a man to you comes up and says, "I'm a woman," and you treat them like a woman. What the fuck falls apart? It's nothing. Nothing falls apart.
Yeah, because also like people who try to like put things in these binaries, like, well, if you can't give it a clear definition, then that's ridiculous. Okay, define to me the specific difference between a mountain and a hill. Yeah. Or define to me the specific difference between a tree and a bush.
And find the dividing line between life and non-life.
Yeah, or the dividing line between like a house and a mansion, or like there's so many things that we don't have a clear, or like just like the history of evolution, like when exactly did this form of primate become a human? But
when the aliens tweaked their DNA.
And Arctic Fox made it.
No, but I can get another drink. I'll be right back.
Good enough. And I can finish. Man, I actually am almost finished with this one. God damn. I might have to get another one to refill. Welcome, Fox. We're basically on the theme of Christians disagreeing with each other and not being able to figure out what they actually believe, what are essentials, what are not. Like, can they love the gays or not?
And we had a Facebook acquaintance drop in and prove, be a case study basically for a minute.
Yeah. So basically, like with some gaslighting for good measure,
but
which is always fun. Yeah,
it's all in love.
Yeah, like Embers. Right. Oh, and also for those wondering, like this is actually I had this very conversation with my therapist today about the whole like Christians trying to tell me, oh, you didn't really believe, or you can't really understand that experience. Like she said very flat out, it's like, yes, that is gaslighting.
I want to start
professional opinion.
We should retort. Well, I don't think you really believe. Okay, like.
Or we should like really mess
Christian,
with them.
You're not a Christian. This is a cool game.
Or like could really mess with them. Like, I don't think you're really an atheist. Like you think you are, James.
It's super weird. Like
to be like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But as Emperor says, when did a Latin-speaking parent give birth to a French-speaking child? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so there was a set of Latin parents. Like, one of their kids spoke French, another spoke Spanish. And then another spoke Portuguese. Yeah, that's I mean, it makes about as much sense as the Tower of Babel, honestly.
Well, you got to explain how everybody speaks different languages, but we all look pretty much alike.
Essentially. Yeah. All right. There's a little bit of this left. Let's see if he says anything. So actually getting back to Mr. B, this is the point he's making right now is one I actually kind of agree with him on. It's
it's still terrible. If you apply this,
yeah, but that's why I say right. Yeah. So I'm saying yes, what he's describing is biblical love. And that's why I think biblical love is a terrible metric by which to measure love. So
wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. You see, genuine love can never affirm or celebrate wrongdoing. It doesn't go to parades for wrongdoing.
It doesn't go to parades for wrongdoing. Grasping on some fucking straws, my man.
That isn't something a real therapist. I'll tell her that.
No true therapist. He's doing damage control right now. If this wasn't a thing, Miss Rachel said this. If it didn't mean something in their circles, it makes me really mad because the parades are literally to commemorate people who died being themselves. And he's like, you don't go to a parade that celebrates people being alive today who were in danger of not being in the past for who they are. Fuck off. That is that is some fascist shit.
Right. So, but here's the thing. But if according to Christianity, I want to get into this maybe after we let him finish it, because I would make the case I'm not really sold either way on whether the Bible does or does not condone or condemn homosexuality. I'm certainly more on. Well, I'll get into more of that later. But at least the way a lot of Christians are nowadays, their interpretation of the Bible. And again, going back to I'm not going to tell a Christian how to Christian. If they tell me they're Christian and this is what they think, then I'm going to say, okay, this is what Christianity teaches. I can't tell you any different. But if they say, okay, Christianity, if it does teach that homosexuality is wrong, and therefore it is wrong for you to do something like go to a pride parade or participate in that in any fashion, basically, like you said, celebrating the fact that, hey, you people are here and aren't at least currently being persecuted for being who you are. You're here being able to be yourself, express yourself, love each other, being themselves.
You're you can be here doing
this. So even if yes. Right. So, even if you are to say, yes, according to Christianity, it is wrong for you to support that, then in that case, think about that. If for you to properly and authentically live out your faith means that you cannot support that, maybe you should question whether or not you should live by that faith. So I'm saying, even if you're saying, this is genuine Christianity, is to not condone any of this, then I'm just maybe fuck Christianity then. Because it's bullshit.
Yeah.
So instead, you have a lot of the more progressive Christians saying no, it's not really about that. We really, and I guess I'll get into it now. Because there are verses because all the verses that a lot of Christians use is more clobber passages, against homosexuality. I don't remember all the references or quotes or anything, but people probably know what passages I'm talking about. I think it's in Leviticus, and Paul talks about it. How he talks about men lying with another man like he would with a woman or whatever. He could say, cultural context, he was really talking about things like a certain P word that I don't want to say. So, hey, Ember found the old people place. I mean, Facebook. So now you can see James's stuff. But hold on, Matt, you're muted. I still can't hear you.
Why did my mic mute when I hit the thing on the screen? Stupid smart things.
I don't know. Weird. Yeah.
I forget what the hell. What?
That's all right. I was mid thought. Let's see if I can get back to that. Okay. So yeah. So even if with all those passages, like a lot of Christians say, no, there's different ways to interpret it. It's like, okay, there are different ways, but you also could interpret it as Paul or whoever wrote Leviticus saying, like, hey, dudes, don't screw other dudes. That's gross.
Well, no. Okay. Now it looks like the real sin was like the one being screwed, because to do something like a woman when you're not a woman, then like that was seemed to be the sin. But like the dude doing the poking, that seemed to be like less of a sin, which is weird.
Yeah. But still, I mean, but in order to do like such an act, like one person, according to these passages, is going to be in the wrong. But here's my thing. Even if you say, oh, we're misinterpreting these passages, that's not exactly okay. It's one thing to say that these passages aren't specifically condemning everything we currently know as homosexual behavior. I think it's a completely different thing to say, but the author of Leviticus and Jesus and Paul would be totally cool with everything like in the LGBTQIA plus community these days. Like, I mean, I'm totally cool with it, but I mean, I don't know if you could really argue that those people back then would also be as cool with it as we are. Like a lot of more like progressive Christians try to argue when there's
a patriarchal
in the Christianity
society, so I doubt it.
I'm like, yeah. Yeah, so that's why I say, like, even though I'm probably agree that yes, the way the most fundamentalist Christians interpret those passages, and like, yeah, they're probably getting it wrong, but I can't go all the way to the Christians who try to say Christianity is completely LGBTQ affirming, because like I really don't think it is. So in that case, I'm like, but hey, good news, you don't have to be Christian. You can just because that's one of the things that I say it frustrates me, but maybe that's a me problem, and I should just like let people just do their thing and work it out on their own. But when I see people saying things like, "Well, I'm trying to I'm struggling to like reconcile the fact that I'm homosexual with my Christian faith and trying to find a way to make it work," I'm like, you don't have to. It's like you can just be you and not worry about what some people wrote in some letters a couple thousand years ago.
You can be you and like stay a Christian if you want or need to. Like you don't have to be like, well, whatever they said being a Christian is what a Christian is. Like, could I introduce you into like the 200 something or that? There's so many other gospels that they chose the 4 from. Like, that's just what these 4 say, and the thing's based on stuff that kind of agrees with the 4 and doesn't really completely agree.
Yeah. So that's my piece on like progressive Christianity and how they're trying to say, no, Christianity is actually totally cool with all that stuff. And it's like,
if you want to say it is, sure.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'm glad you as a person who identifies as a Christian is also cool with that. Like, yes, great. Please be cool.
It's amazing you think wisdom didn't
Absolutely.
stop developing at the Bronze Age.
Yeah, amazing / unfortunate. But
good.
As Ember says, 1. See here, so Ember is actually properly numbered. And like, who was it last week that was doing like the first of all B
and then C, or no, then 3
and thirst?
Oh yeah.
No, and thirst. Yeah.
No, it was.
Was that Spooky? Was that Fox?
3 and D.
Yeah. Oh, third. Yeah. Was that Fox or Spooky?
I
don't remember.
Spooky.
Please remind me, because that was fucking hilarious. Anyway, so 1, that interpretation is a modern assumption.
Yeah.
And 2, that passage comes at the end of a long list about who you can't sleep with, like stepmoms and sister-in-laws.
Which means it was happening enough.
Yeah. Right. So don't sleep with any male relatives either. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Duh.
Oh, that was also Ember. She thinks she's funny. Oh, was that the Better Than Ember on Twitch?
It might have been. Unrelated. Before I forget, I started a new beer. So this brewery puts the name real big of the style. This style is Nectaron IPA. Never heard of it.
Right back.
The actual name of the beer is Boogie, which makes no sense to me. Also, it has a Mondrian-esque label on it, which makes no sense with the name Boogie to me. Maybe they mean this is like a disco thing, but this is literally like a take on Mondrian fine art stuff. Also, tell me you're autistic without telling me you're autistic, and that's because that's the art you do. I looked at that when I was in junior high, hit that guy's art, and I was like, hey, he's my people.
Yep. Agreed. See, that does sound like something you would do. It's kind of like a barrel roll in that way.
Is it?
I have to keep making that joke. But anyway, so I'm got another Sam. No. This is true. This is true.
Yeah, good times.
I can confirm. So, also speaking of which, Ember, I have subscribed to your channel, but I haven't gotten around to watching some of your stuff yet, and I apologize. I really need to, but I mostly watch like during work. Like, so with the holiday, me being off Monday, and I also recently took like a week vacation like a couple of weeks ago. So I have a lot of YouTube catching up on to do, but you're on my list. So, all right.
Yeah. I have intentions to subscribe to a lot of things. I forget.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hey, it's.
I'll do it right now. Where is this shit?
Oh. Yeah.
Ember within Chinese drama. That's not it.
Yeah, I've been doing morning shows lately, an ungodly hour, as they say. Yeah. But I mean, I mostly don't catch stuff live anyway. I think just about the only stuff I ever catch live anymore is like Zidanza.
I do that.
Or Budget Scripture Saturdays with Dr. Kip and Tapioca Weasel and Nitty. But I did see, Ember, I did catch you live on Bad Science Sunday with Maya. And also,
what's the name of this channel? So I'll do it right now. It's the only way I can get things done.
Oh, ooh, I think it's just Ember.
Is it? Because that was
like her profile there.
YouTube
I don't know, but yeah, did release a regular video today though about God's rocks. Ooh, and then Spooky Bed here with the color wheel. I don't know what's. I don't know what's happening.
Well, if Ember didn't almost die during a solo hiking remote canyon thing, that's not the right channel.
Well, here I think I subscribed to her under the Humanity account, so you might.
All right, better than Ember
there.
Just about everywhere.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So yeah, things. All right. So yeah. All right. Oh, and also, she's on Twitch, apparently. I don't know if she does anything on Twitch.
Well, now I'm subscribed.
But... Oh, well, hey. And Spooky.
Coming in clutch.
With the hookup. Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. Man, maybe this is why it's taking me so long, because maybe I'm just having trouble with the fact that I'm agreeing with Mr. B so much here.
Trying to, like, just autism is a way to Mondrian in the chat. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I don't know.
I like it.
Same here, Fox. Yeah. So, all right. Forget Mr. B. We're focusing on this now. No.
I want to get back Mr. B and his demon portal full of kitsch.
See, this is the problem. It just hurts me so much that I'm actually agreeing with what he's saying. But
agreeing with him because it makes logical sense. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. But here's my thing. Like, so I think Mr. B is right. So Mr. B is right about Christianity, but Miss Rachel is right about how to actually be a loving human.
Right, because if you try to love yourself according to God's law and love other people according to God's law, it is not a healthy thing. Your brain will not be okay unless you are probably a narcissist or a sociopath.
Yeah, then your brain will be okay, but everyone else's around you will not.
Should we mention that there are a lot of pastors and a lot of people who do what he does are in those categories of people who don't get human things?
Yeah, but like in a bad way, not in us like fun autistic kind of ways.
Right.
Like for us, it's just it's almost endearing.
Well, and
how clueless
we tend to loving people doesn't really seem like an option, at least to me. So
not an option as in to you it's not a choice, it's just something you just do.
Yeah.
Or it's not an option as
like
okay.
Autistic people generally have a lot of empathy, even those of us who are nonverbal and don't have any emotions, like shown on the outside. So yeah,
a lot of empathy, much to my own chagrin. But sometimes
we should get like a bunch of autistic people together and fight a bunch of sociopaths.
Oh fuck yeah! Anyone else? Any other autists in the crowd want to join in? See, I prefer to refer to myself as autastic.
Yeah. Also, with our powers combined, like what happens when a bunch of autistic people do like a Woe Bundy thing and
who?
Sorry, there's a Married with Children reference. They would put their hands in the middle and go, "Whoa, Bundy!" And
okay. See, I wasn't allowed to watch that show.
Neither was I, but we did when one of my grandmas was there, and she was horrified.
Oh, that's the best. But real quick about stealing autistic.
Some people don't.
Still saying autism. Hey, so do I. Like I even have. Well, here I'll get it real quick. But Matt, talk amongst themselves. I'll be right back.
Fuck! I didn't have anything on deck. So Fox is dyslexic, but that's a whole different neurospice. Well, it is, but I'll say like some of the hardships, like when you're a kid, if you had those are very similar to other neurodivergent experiences.
Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to show off like one of my favorite T-shirts that I don't wear as much because I think my daughter specifically told me not to wear it in public around her, but it's one of my favorites. Rism with the tism.
Yeah,
and it's got the frog with the human hands giving finger guns. So, yeah. I have worn that on stream before, but
I can see a kid not being okay with that. That is a straight up dad shirt.
Yep. So, hey, subscribe and shiz. Yeah, yeah, do that if you haven't. Partner and kids are all autistic. Well, good. I'll say, well, good for you. But I don't know how you feel.
That can be difficult. My whole house is that.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's also one of the reasons like I feel bad for my daughter because I think of the four of us, like me, my two kids, and their mom, like we're separated. But I think my daughter might be the only neurotypical in the bunch. Like she might have some slightly neurodivergent tendencies, but she generally seems pretty normal. But thank you, Fox. I think so too. See, and I will show this comment.
See, the
to
finger
my daughter.
guns, I think, are what would sell it. If it just said Rism with the Tism, I'd be like, get out of here, Grandpa. If the self-aware finger guns, I think sell it.
See, now part of me is like, when we're going off on these tangents and like not watching the video, I'm like, should we take the video off the screen? Or I kind of actually like that we still have him up, but we're just like ignoring him and just making him sit there. He knows.
Yeah, we put baby in the corner. That's who puts baby in the corner.
But so here's something I was thinking about recently, because I guess in the like autistic community, there's that. First of all, that's one of the first things I learned, like when I was autistic, and then finding other people in the autism community is like, apparently there's so much disagreement, even like infighting about how we should even like refer to ourselves. Or is that debate like, is it that we are autistic or that we have autism? There's people say, well, no, I have autism. Like, I'm not saying this isn't the thing that defines me. It's like, this is a condition and this is the thing I have. But where I'm at is like, I prefer, I mean, like I said, I don't have strong feelings either way. Like I've said both. I really don't give a shit how other people choose to identify that. But for me, if anything, I prefer saying I am autistic, because the way I look at the things about me that we describe as autism, like it's not a condition that I have. It's just a part of how my brain works. And we just happen to call it autism.
Yeah.
To me, like saying I am autistic is just like saying like I am a human or I am an American, or it's just a part of.
I don't like saying I have autism,
or I am,
because that makes it sound like something that can be cured or needs to be treated, like it's an illness.
Yeah, as in it's like this something that's like abnormal that like without this I would be a normal person, but it's just this extra thing that I have. Like no, but it's literally just it's the way my brain works. We just decided to attach a label to it. It's like so me saying like I am autistic is like saying I am a mammal or I am a primate. Like it's just a part of, or it's not, I don't have primatism. Like I am a primate.
Also, if most people were autistic, the neurotypicals would be autistic. Like a lot of what are considered symptoms are just what happens when we try to cope with a world designed by neurotypicals. And if we weren't trying to coexist in a world like that wasn't designed by us for the most part, we came up with your coolest shit, funniest jokes, your best music, and your best art, Mondrian. And breakthroughs in science, like Einstein, but like neurotypicals, you're welcome. We make your life worth living.
Exactly. Now, speaking of making life worth living, invest in that bass ukulele.
Yeah, if I can find one that doesn't cost a ton, then I might be able to swing it by Christmas time. But budget's tight. Like I went and bought two beers today at the store.
All right. But in the Fox household, so we mesh well together in our house. I just have to handle most of the human interactions. Thank you for your service. For that, by the way, the real problem is none of us can pass a CAPTCHA test.
No, that's true. I'm glad you said that. I have failed so many of those in a row because I'm like, well, that's part of it. Like that's like the brake lever on the motorcycle.
Like the corner, the corner of the bicycle wheel is like taking up a pixel of that other
the bike
square.
is literally in that photo. What's wrong with people that they're skipping that one? And it thinks I'm a robot for not picking it. Yeah. Or anyway.
Right. Oh, but I like this comment by Ember here. I get the pathology angle, but I think of it like I have autism, like I have a superpower.
No, that's fine.
I have superpowers. Yeah, there's that cool. Yeah, like I said, I totally endorse just in general, however people want to refer to themselves. So like I said,
and like the debates that go back and forth, like autistic people are very like justice oriented. So if they feel like one of those ways of saying it is an injustice, like they won't let it go because they're like, I can't have people hurt by the unjust thing.
Right. Which again, I totally get that too. Because there's also that discussion of like whether or not you should call things like autism or ADHD like a disability.
It can be,
like a lot of people think. Yeah. Well, but I think that's very like context dependent, right? I think I would say it's a disability, but not in that it's like inherently disabilitating. Is that a word? Like, as in, like, it's inherently means there's something wrong with you, but I think it's more.
It can be debilitating. I've had those.
Yeah, compared to the way society is structured, like we were talking before, like the way we've set society up currently, yes, it is a disability in a lot of ways to be autistic or ADHD or a lot of these other things we like come up with names for. Or like one of my favorite quotes of all time, like regarding ADHD is like, yeah, ADHD is a problem in a classroom, but it's not a problem
in the classroom sucks. It is.
Right.
I mean, the most fun teachers across the board in my high school, anyway, that I can remember, like they definitely had ADHD. Like Now, I do say have ADHD instead of saying I am ADHD because it's not. There's not like an adjective version of ADHD.
Yeah, because the D, because the D in that stands for disorder. So it's like saying this is.
I don't like saying disorder.
That I have. Yeah. Yeah.
Because if nobody was ADHD, again, we wouldn't have awesome, fun stuff to watch on TV or laugh at or listen to.
Right. Yeah. Yep. So anyway, there's a video we're watching.
Are we?
Yeah. Well, let's let him finish
love
out.
The
There's
portal in the background. It's like, I want an office. Be like, this is what I want. This is what I want from my office. I want there to be paneling, but I want there to be like a circle, a red circle on the paneling, and like all my shit goes inside the red circle.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
And also, I love the many ways you've had to describe his background there, but as Ember says, right. My son is farther on the spectrum than I, and he's definitionally disabled. He can do lots of cool stuff I can't, but he cannot function in a typical adulting scenario. Yeah.
Yep.
Which, I mean, I would say that's more of a fault of society than your son's.
So what's that called? A double empathy problem?
Yeah, it's
where like autistic people are supposed to have empathy for neurotypicals when they're interacting with them, but like we're not allowed to have the same expectation from neurotypicals towards us.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that described as like there's like an empathy deficit, but people usually only talk about it in that people with autism or autistic people, however you want to say it.
Seriously, fucking live our lives. We're empathetic as hell.
Yeah, but they're saying like the empathy gap is that we have a gap in our ability to empathize with neurotypicals, which in a sense, like, I don't know if it's really a lack of empathy, but yeah, there's a lot of things about like the way neurotypical behave but there are, or however you want to put it, like, but there is like, whether you want to call it an empathy gap, but there is a gap in like my understanding of how neurotypical people function and like why they do things the way they do. So like in social interactions, I don't always understand them. So when they say empathy gap, I don't know if they really mean like what people typically mean when they say empathy. I think it's more just basically in a social situation, I am not picking up on all the cues.
Right. That's a social barrier, not an empathy barrier.
Yeah. Right. Right. But the thing is, people only talk about that, whatever you want to call the gap. They only talk about the gap or the deficit in as much as autistic people like aren't understanding the neurotypical people, but it actually goes both ways because the neurotypical people don't understand us in social interactions either. So, yeah. So put that in your
it's
go fuck yourself, something, whatever.
Okay, here's a challenge I have. A little bit of a tangent that we're already on.
What?
All right, so I can empathize with how somebody's feeling. The problem I have with a lot of neurotypicals is that they will often socialize differently than I'm picking up on how they're feeling. And then but I'm not allowed to interact based on what I'm picking up. I have to interact with them based on what they're putting out, which means I have to mask, to pretend like how you're acting is how you're really feeling. And then I feel gross and disgusting and need to recover.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's one of the things that kills me in a lot of social situations, especially with people that I either just don't know or I'm only like surface level familiar with. And I can tell like with the whole like small talk thing, it's like, and I can tell they're only doing the whole like small talk, like, hey, how's the weather? And like kind of stuff because they feel like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do in a social situation. But I actually don't want to be having this conversation right now, but this is what you do as a polite person. Or when people ask, but in my mind, I'm like,
is everybody doing something this weekend? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, but I'll be in those social situations and I can tell that this person having this small talk with me, it's like purely performative. Like they're doing this because they feel like, well, this is what I need to do in this situation. But I'm like, I wish it's like my brain is screaming at their brain. So like, I don't want to do this either. Like, we don't have to do this.
No, I always like to respond, but take it a little deeper than they intended. Feel like, all right, I like this weekend. No, I was thinking about like doing a bunch of yard work, which is a big deal because I, had back surgery recently, and like it's like a big deal for me to do yard work right now. And like, and they're like, "Oh, that's good."
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that'll teach them.
Yeah, teach you to human.
Yeah, but so Fox here with another comment. Empathy is a spectrum that people often talk about as a linear scale. I don't think a lot of people know how to describe all the gradients.
No, involved. It's more like one of those radial spectrums.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's like, speaking of autism, that's how people describe the spectrum. Like a lot of people, like, oh, it's like a linear thing. Like, so everyone's on the spectrum. It's just like whether you're like more autistic or not. Like, no, it's like, yeah, the radial thing. So the spectrum means like, because there's so many different characteristics that can define autism. Like some people are more or less in certain ones. Yeah, that's.
I know really that people are trying to help, but when they say like, "Well, everybody's on the spectrum a little bit," like, okay, you're just okay. To me, this sounds like you're trying to make me disappear.
Yeah, or what it's telling me is they're just jealous.
Minimizing.
They want to be. Yeah, they want to be. Yeah, they want to be part of the club too. But
yeah, now, okay, I will say in America there are a lot of neurodivergent people, specifically like more ADHD. Than like general world population, and I think that's because ADHDers are risk takers, and coming to America is a fucking risk.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, back in the day,
it's just
when it was Turtle Island, it's a real thing. I love it. Also, when it was America, it was settler colony. Like it was still like if you came here because you were poor as shit, and like you wanted a better life, and you're going to risk it all. Guess who risks it all without knowing it? ADHDers.
Yeah, so basically there's just a lot of neurodivergence in the gene pool of people wanting to live differently than everyone around them. Yeah, that's... Yep.
And then we wanted to get mad because other people wanted to be... It's really weird. Settler colony wanted to get mad at new settlers coming in. You're like, this is ours, and the Native Americans were like, the fuck.
Yeah, which is why I oh man, I'm trying to like envision like the irony of like the Native American population listening to like the American colonists complaining to them about, man, can you believe those like British imperial bastards trying to like come over here and tell us what to do? They're like, yeah.
Recommendation to you. I don't think you have Netflix, but I could give you my login. I don't think we have it right now either. Never mind. But Primeval. Everybody fucking watch it. I love like the main actress in it. She's amazing. Also takes place in Utah when the Mormons were out there being racist as shit and killing people, and in settler times. And that's part of the story is like the Mormons go out there and they're like, this is ours. And then like a bunch of other white people start coming out there and they're like, this is ours. And then, but like also the Mormons are fighting like the natives, and it's a great show, but it does really highlight the absurdity of like settlers now thinking they're the natives and like,
yeah, man. Yeah, what'd you say it was called? Primeval.
It's more like a mini-series show. Like there's no second season.
Yeah.
It's just a single story, but it is fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, real quick, Matt, regarding the thing I said in the private chat, you want to try that after this video?
Is this the last one?
Or no, I have more like shorts, but this is like the last like full video.
Yeah, after we finish.
Do you want to go?
Daily, that sounds good.
Okay. All right, then. I guess I'll go ahead and like give you all advance warning now. So when we're done with this video, I'm going to put a link out in the chat for anyone who wants to join us, because we got some more shorts to watch by this guy, and maybe some Alan Parr. And if we get to Alan Parr, we might also get to my live Alan Parr impression.
Yeah.
So
bring on the racism.
So stay tuned. Hey, it wasn't racist. It was just. I thought it was just.
Is it any wonder we have our little we have like two Christian fanboys. That new one, he's not gonna. The Jack, he's not gonna be a fan.
Yeah, the guy who commented on our short. Oh yeah, by the way, we started. Matt started.
I figured it out
from our. Yeah. So if you aren't following us on the YouTube, go check it out. I thought it was pretty good, and not just because it was mostly me talking, but
I do need to give credit to ChatGPT, who helped out a lot. And yes, I do know using AI burns a lot of shit into the atmosphere. It's a complicated thing.
Anyway, so as soon as we're done with this video, but so when we're done with this Mr. B video, I'll put a link out in the chat. So if anyone else watching wants to join us as we watch some more shorts, from including like what Mr. B thinks of some Christian lady essentially marking her territory with grape juice.
Well, I need to see Mr. B's shorts now.
Yes. Somebody clip that, please. Can that be the next short that we put out? Yeah. Be on the lookout for that. Anyway, all right.
Love can never affirm or celebrate wrongdoing. It doesn't go to parades for wrongdoing. It doesn't wave flags and shout and cheer for wrongdoing. Love that
Yeah, so if your Christian faith means you can't go to a pride parade and support people being themselves and not being persecuted and unalived for it, then okay, if that's what your true faith is, cool, but then maybe don't have that faith because it fucking
and
sucks.
Understand how repressive that shit will get. Like if you get your wish, which is what's happening in America right now. Also, it's like a terrible like reality show version of that. So that's neat. It's like it's not real, but also real. Fun. I'm glad to be alive.
This is like the blessing and curse of being able to disassociate.
So glad I'm here for this, and my kids only get to see you when it gets worse.
Yay.
We were the ones. We were the ones who remember a world without the internet. Are they going to be the ones who remember a world that was America?
Like, I remember the days.
Remember when it became the United Trump of America?
Fuck.
Celebrate sin is not genuine love. It's a counterfeit love. Real love for neighbor is so much better than that.
No, it's not genuine Christian love, but it is like actual genuine love.
But that's some like damaging, horrible gaslighting shit to say that's not genuine love. Like, even go to any decent Christian therapist, they will be like, well, you know? If you go to not a Christian therapist, they'll be like, yeah, that's some bullshit, and you're probably hurting from that.
Yeah, like my therapist, because she's a good
also,
therapist.
If you're not autistic, they won't say that. They'll have you like try to get you to realize it yourself. But if you're autistic and you have a therapist who knows how to talk to you, they'll talk to you directly. And not do that CBT bullshit because it doesn't work on us. We know what you're trying to do. We're like, God, could we just take the short way?
Yeah, that's why my therapist uses ACT or acceptance commitment therapy.
That's what we're getting into next. Yeah.
So much better. Yeah. But yeah, it also helps, like my therapist, she's neurotypical, but one of her kids is autistic. That really helps. Like she gets it. Yeah. So yeah.
It doesn't compromise truth. Rather, it helps our neighbor live in harmony with the truth. Miss Rachel and I both want to follow God's command to love our neighbor.
Their truth.
But the way we discover what that love looks like is not by looking to contemporary culture or affirming and celebrating whatever makes people feel good.
You need to discover what love looks like for you.
Yeah, see, so here's the thing. It's like, I feel like they're both like counterfeiting one aspect of like, so in the phrase like genuine Christian love, I feel like in Mr. B's case, he is being genuinely Christian, but not being loving.
Yes.
I feel like Miss Rachel is being genuinely loving, but not necessarily genuinely Christian. One of those is better than the other.
I think the big thing is probably now you say that, the big thing he's probably responding to is that when people see Miss Rachel say those kinds of things, for a lot of people, they're like, that's how Jesus is. You know? And now he's like, no, that's not really how Jesus is. Jesus would be all down with the law and shit. But you watch him talk, listen to him talk, and you watch her talk, and you're like, no, I feel what she feels while she's talking. When he talks, you're like,
right.
That's not love.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, and for people who are familiar with me or like the show in the past, like I'm really not a big fan of Jesus. Like, I think he's pretty overrated. Like, even in like the non-believer crowd, like all the people who say like, oh, I wish Christians would be more like Jesus. I'm like, I don't know. That's not exactly a good standard.
In his own words, Jesus seems a little racist. With the whole like woman who's a dog, and because she's not Jewish, and I came for the Jews, and
also he was essentially an apocalyptic cult leader.
Yeah,
so
one of many.
He was,
This took off,
but anyway.
Pretty much basically because he didn't have an orthodoxy. There was nothing really recorded, so it became like this like flexible template to build upon, and then that's why it took off initially. And then when a government was like, this is the state religion and it looks like this, that's when it was spread by the sword and threat of death. And
all right, well, I think that's
the end of him.
Video. So
I mean, let him live.
All right, so so as promised, all right, I am putting a link out in the chat. So like we're going to get to more videos, but I'll give you all a minute if anyone wants to jump on and join us as we watch some more shorts, I guess. The next one, like I said, it's a woman choosing to mark her territory with grape juice. Like, so that sounds like something you'd like to join us in reacting to.
I want to see him not talk about period blood.
Okay, it's not that. It's all not that.
Is he talking about I can't sit on the same chair as her for like a week or some shit?
No, it's nothing to do with any of that. It's more like communion related.
Ember has joined the stream.
We have
don't cross the streams.
We have an Ember.
Hello.
A hat and everything. My
Hello.
goodness, you sure you're not autistic?
I don't think she is sure she's not autistic.
I do like how your hat is present in person and in your little like icon on social media.
Oh, for sure. Well, this is just one of many hats. I'm famous for my hats, but this is my favorite. Like, if I just throw on a hat, it's probably this one.
Well, it works.
Yes. Yeah. Well done. So, how are you? Good to finally like kind of face to face talk and such.
Yeah, I figured I'm up. What the hell?
Yeah. Hey, so are we. So
quite so.
Yeah, so I guess for purposes of like knowing like I was gonna say how up you are. Like where are you? Like what time zone? Like what time is it where you're at?
Eastern time. It is currently 10:40 p.m. in American.
Yeah.
We're Eastern.
We're Eastern zone. We're in Cincinnati. So
I'm sorry.
So yeah. All right.
Yeah, we're on the border of a red state, so Underground
I
Railroad
drove through
Part 2
Cincinnati on the way to the ARC protest.
Yeah, but
the ARC protest.
What's that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I wanted to go to that, but I couldn't make it. But I guess at least as far as Ohio's concerned, like Cincinnati's kind of like a little blue dot.
Very blue.
Yeah,
Cleveland and other stuff by the lakes.
Yeah, certainly better than like Springfield, where I grew up, where like they were not. Yes, that's Springfield, where they were not eating the cats and the dogs. Fuck you very much. But yeah, that's my hometown. So yeah, of course, that's what we're known for now. But anyway, so
yes,
all right. Well,
Cleveland.
Yeah, so
it is impossible to find a bathroom at 2 a.m. in Cleveland. Fuck that.
Really? In Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
Do they stop drinking at reasonable times? Because I know they keep drinking after reasonable times.
I I haven't tested that. Like my sister and her family live up in Cleveland, but I have not been in a situation where I've needed a bathroom, at least out in public after 2 a.m. I've usually just been back at their house.
Just pee wherever then.
It's easier for some people than others.
Yeah.
This is true. This is true.
Story. I did pee on courthouse grounds in a city in Mississippi. I forget what city. I was very drunk.
Yeah.
A cop saw us, and also, I was like, yeah, he kind of gave us a warning. I really don't remember a lot of this. I guess I was way too drunk.
And also, one of my favorite stories about me, I was in Guatemala, and I was in a restaurant, in the restroom, and I peed. I'm still not exactly sure that where I peed was actually a urinal.
Was it like one of those bathtub things?
No, it was like a ceramic tile trough. Like it had a drain.
Oh yeah, that was where you pee.
But like I couldn't tell if it was actually. But it was also kind of small because it also looked like it could have been like a place where they just like put plants or like whatever. But it just happened to like not be any plants there. I was like, so. But I was just like, oh. And like, hey, still haven't been arrested for it. So
well, that's
I guess,
a plus.
It's at least. Yeah.
I had a friend,
so it was at least okay.
Have you ever seen one of those like I've seen them in both art studios and in factories. These sinks that are like circles, and then there's a bar on the floor you step on, and it sprays around the whole circle. I knew a person who peed in one of those.
It is unclear.
A fancy urinal.
We had those in my elementary.
I don't think I've seen one of those, but I mean,
and we had the powdered soap where you put your hand up to it, and like powder came out, and it was like gritty and like sand.
Yeah. See, one of my favorites is I saw this meme. It was showing like a picture of one of those like Dyson like air dryer things, like where you just like you like stick your hands down in it and you're supposed to just pull it up and like. But someone posted on a meme and said like weirdest urinal ever, just blew my pee all over the place.
Our church had those in one of the bathrooms there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I did not use it as a urinal. I kind of feel like I should go back and do that now. It just
you need a way
for science.
But,
yeah, for science. Yeah. Just how far will the pee spread?
Exactly. All right. Well, but yeah, Ember, I guess speaking of you and your channel, like anything you'd like to say, like introduce yourself to the folks. I mean, it seems like most of the people, at least in the chat, are familiar with you, but at least for those who aren't.
Yeah, literally everybody that has spoken up anyway knows me. I'm Ember. I'm Better Than Ember here on YouTube. I do a whole lot of shit, but mostly skepticism, pro-human public policy, like generally be a good person and a rational person. But I try to do it in a comedic and or educational way, depending on the context.
That's the best way.
Nice. Yeah. So, sounds like you'll fit in just fine here.
I'm paying attention while I
mean, I don't know how
else, by the way, if you see me rummaging around.
The ADHD. All right. Well, y'all ready to get to another Mr. B short? Well, I guess another Mr. B video. This one is a short.
What could possibly go wrong?
Mr. B knows how to go wrong.
Let me tell you. Yeah. All right. So let's see here. Yeah. All right. That works. Let me do the thing. There it is. And just so you remember, it's us. All right. So
Mr. B incoming. Is he going to do a stitch? Is that what he means?
Yeah. So but first we have to see his face of disapproval.
Of course we do.
Here in the bottom. While this woman talks about how you're desperate enough for Jesus to pour grape juice all around your property.
This is clearly his most genuine face, by the way, out of the ones we're going to see probably coming up.
Yeah. So I saw this one, and I think this just fit perfectly in that theme of like Christians can't really seem to agree on what is the proper way to Christian or not, and why not. And I think this woman actually like makes some good points, but Mr. B just ain't having it.
She's a woman.
But
so let me speculate here. The grape juice.
Okay.
Once it's poured, she's gonna do the transubstantiation miracle, and so it'll be like a Jesus blood barrier.
Oh, is she doing prayer magic?
Yeah.
See, similar, only I don't think she's Catholic, so I think she just skips the whole like transubstantiation, like literal blood part. So for her, like, no, just literally Welch's is good enough.
That's very numb.
That's
like
what
I've only seen
everyone
like
tells me at freaking New Year's parties. Do you have champagne? Do you at least have a white wine? Welch's is good enough. You know what? You cheap fuckers.
yeah, I mean, but also like to be fair, like I'm not a big fan of champagne. To me, it just tastes like bubbly sweet. I usually just go with whiskey. But
I'm not a fan of dry wines. I'm
no.
I have a bit of a sweet tooth when it comes to that. The dessert wines, especially. If you've ever had an ice wine, it's so sweet. You can't drink a full glass. It's like just a little bit. It's just a sip or two, right?
Ooh,
but it's like
German.
I don't know. It's almost like syrup, except it's actually wine. It's so cool.
Huh. Interesting. Might have to look that up. Thanks
I have a winery like
all right
up the street on that main road near my house, and all they make is sweet wine. I don't. It's a weird place.
Well, I guess like I mean it's Ohio. Like we're making wine here. Like I guess you kind of have to make it sweet, otherwise.
Well, there's that one place up in Hamilton that makes a Cabernet. That's actually good. That's where I got married.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got changed inside a giant wine
very
vat.
cool. Which was actually an old beer vat, not wine.
Oh well, even better.
Budweiser doesn't really count, but
for beer.
All right. Well, let's get to the video. And obviously, like Ember, at any point, like if you want me to pause, if you got some input, feel free to let me know. All right.
Yay.
I just spent a freezing cold afternoon walking around my yard in the snow, pouring grape juice along the entire perimeter of my property. Yes, I did. And also, I know what you're thinking. She's finally lost it, but hang in there with me. I heard another Christian talking recently about how we use the oil to anoint our homes and our people, but what we really need for protection is the blood, as in the blood of Jesus. She said if your house is filled with chaos, yelling, fighting, things breaking, just pure madness, then honey, you might need to break out the Welch's. And I was like, say less, except I went with the Kroger brand.
Where do people come up with this stuff?
I kind of I'm with Tim on this one. Like, okay, so the Bible lays out how you have to go about anointing your house to evict the sin or what the fuck ever that's supposed to mean. But you use like anointing oils and like there's a recipe I think in Deuteronomy or something, like how to make the oil properly. I get the Christian inclination to be like, no, that's pagan, even though it's the actual law of Moses that Jesus said to obey. That shit's pagan. We just use blood. Right. Nothing says holiness like spreading blood everywhere because it's a blood cult, but whatever.
Like Welch's.
How?
Where's your goat blood?
You go from that to grape juice. It's not.
Well,
what?
Okay. I will say, I had been at things where there was a visiting missionary from Africa because why not? Because everybody's cool with black people, pretend, and they anointed people with olive oil from Kroger's, which is like a regional drug, like a grocery store, and so I understand, like, sure, when the Kroger olive oil isn't solving your chaos problems in your house, you got to up your magic. And so, I don't know, like Welch's, because that's what you drink in church out of the little cup. And so, this is all just magic. And so, I get where he's coming from. Yeah. But, like, there is a whole giant subset of Christianity that is all into this shit.
Okay, I'll take it. Well, all right. In fairness, I do know some Wiccans who do the same thing. They're like, we were doing a blood ritual last night. And I'm like, oh, really? And they're like, yeah, we got, what is it? Juicy juice. I'm like, you just said you did a blood ritual. Well, yeah, we use juicy juice though. I'm like, do you imagine that has the same magical properties? Like, do you know why the ritual called for blood in the first place? Like, what are you doing,
man? All my Scottish druid ancestors are rolling in their overly elaborate masquerades. So this is like an instance where in like the last video I was kind of siding with Tim in a way, but I think, like I said, I watched most of this video. I haven't seen the whole thing, but in a way, like I'm kind of on the side of like crazy grape juice lady here. But because Tim is like taking this attitude, is like, where do people get this stuff? It's like, can you believe people are like pouring grape juice? It's like, as like he's saying, like, but like, is it like the example of olive oil? Like, as if olive oil makes more sense.
And for sure, I'm just guessing based on his reaction to this. He's probably at a church that drinks like grape juice, a little cup with a little bread thing that's much more akin to a biodegradable packing peanut than actual bread. That tastes the same. I've eaten a packing peanut, one of those biodegradable ones. It tastes the same as those little wafers.
Used to do that. I never could figure out why. She was at a dog. Okay, so this one place that I used to deliver, I used to be a truck driver, and I'd go to this warehouse, and this particular warehouse, they had multiple dogs. Like one of the staff members just brought all her dogs to work with her, and so. But this is a factory where they need those. They ordered giant bags of packing peanuts because they go through a bunch of them, and there's this one dog that always tears open the bags and starts eating the peanuts, and I'm like, first of all, why? But second of all, maybe stop your dog from doing that if it's something that you have to order. Like,
and I'm pretty sure it's against OSHA to have dogs in a warehouse anyway. But biodegradable packing peanuts are made with cornstarch, and so I can see a dog wanting to eat those.
Yeah,
they're not good, but like
completely flavorless Cheetos or cheese poofs or something.
Yeah, exactly. Or cheese balls or whatever. Also, I got to point out, like, Ember, I appreciate how your little backlight there in the corner is like that kind of red tinge. It kind of matches like our background there. So I don't know if you did that on purpose, but well coordinated. That's
just
there.
Part of my setup. That's actually my room light. Those so I filmed a movie a while back. It was around a campfire. I could not fucking figure out how to create an artificial campfire effect. So what I ended up doing was getting some of those LED bulbs that flicker actually randomly. That's one of the settings on these things. This is the setting, and I'm like, ooh, that's a nice cozy tone. So it's my room light now.
Yeah. Nice.
Fire would be hard.
Well, see it. Yeah. Well, I guess it was just meant to be. It's just like that's one of those like synchronicities that I hear people talk about.
Ordained by the divine being of your choice.
Foreordained. I like that word.
I like the of your choice.
Yeah, like whatever.
Dealer's choice.
I feel like I go with Ahriman, perhaps.
Does he have a hat in the background that says "pray"?
Yep,
he does. That is a hat in his little satanic hobbit hole background.
He's got a few idols back there. I see he's got a little like bobblehead thing, I assume, of himself.
Oh,
not great biblically speaking. He's got a Rubik's cube that we saw in the other video. That's just infested with demons. It just
Oh yeah, that's clearly witchcraft. I mean, come on.
Only witches can solve those.
All right, so let's get back to him like being completely incredulous that a woman would pour grape juice around her property. But let's hear him tell like, no, this is like what the biblical, completely logical and sensible way to do things actually is.
Good.
I think that's what he's going to get to.
Seriously. Well, I completely understand the impulse to want to fight against the spiritual powers of chaos and darkness.
Like Yahweh.
Right. Because clearly that's a thing. I mean, that's like given, right? So
who doesn't?
I find chaos magic very appealing, actually.
Same, TBA.
Yeah. I mean,
there is no example in Scripture of believers anointing their properties with the blood of Jesus, let alone grape juice. The closest thing I can think.
Wait, but the blood of the lamb.
Okay, well, he's about to get to
when the Israelites put lamb's blood on the doorposts of their homes during Passover. But
it's like, okay, so basically what he's saying is, I can't think of a single instance where the Bible says to do this, except for a specific instance where the Bible says to do this. But other than that,
if she was using like lamb's blood to do this, would he be okay with it?
because it's symbolic of Jesus or whatever. But also there's that whole thing. Shit, I can't remember where it is. I'm my apologies. I'm not Justin from Deconstruction Zone who has every single chapter and verse memorized. But there's
few people.
There's a section where, like, if a house, something bad happens in a house, I forget if it's a murder or adultery or whatever, like the priest has to come and do that thing where they sacrifice 2 flawless doves or whatever, and then he puts the blood on a stick, and then he has to shake the stick all the way around the house. He has to anoint the house with blood to purify it.
Yeah,
right.
It's in the fucking law.
So again,
but that's for pagans, you see. Even though it was for Jewish people, the logic is dumb.
Yeah. So again, it's this whole this crazy thing is crazy, but the crazy thing the Bible says isn't crazy. But yeah, it's still, like I said, whether it's even in the situation that he just cited, where it's like I promise you, had that story not been specifically in the Bible of like the Israelites sprinkling lamb's blood on their doors, like if that wasn't in the Bible, guarantee you any Christian would say that sounds horrifically insane. But they're like, well, just because the Bible says now it's normal, but only this version, like nothing else, like that's also crazy.
Yeah, okay, I mean, it's so wild. If you try to look at any of the old Bible stories objectively, like not as a person who was brought up believing this is perfectly normal because the adults believe it, but like set that aside and just look at what it actually says. There's multiple instances of actual rivers of fucking blood. Like that was fucking Moses' big magic trick impressing the Pharaoh in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Or in like the book of Revelation, it's like the whole like Valley of Megiddo will just be filled with blood all the way up to like the horse's bridle or whatever. It's like, or like verses, it's all over like the Old Testament law, like in the Pentateuch. Like basically, what's the solution for everything? Like it's going to involve an animal's blood that you got to sprinkle over something. Like it's blood magic, like with a K.
Yeah,
no, it is.
That's the
best.
That's
like patriarchal blood magic.
Yeah. So anyway, but let's hear why Mr. B has a problem with this particular crazy thing that a woman is doing.
But this was a specific command from God for a specific event. My worry with
yeah, see that's also the thing to remember. Whenever God says something in the Bible, it was only for that one time. Okay, it's only for that one time when it's a thing that we think is pretty crazy, but things that we currently agree with, that those things are forever.
How does he know that God didn't tell her to get grape juice and pour it around like the perimeter of her household?
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm picturing this like it has snowed outside and her neighbors can see the trail of grape juice in the snow.
I know, it's like maybe it was, like Passover and Easter are kind of semi-overlapping holidays. Maybe it was in commemoration of Passover, which is often in the freaking winter.
And what if you're an alcoholic and you can't have the alcohol around you for good reason? And so you're like, I'm going to use grape juice because God would understand. He's like, no, God does not understand. This is all dumb. It was only good one time, a really long time ago, when God said, like, kill the lamb, use the blood, and everybody's fine. And like, this is his good reason.
It drives me nuts because the entire point of the Jesus story is the Passover thing. It's still a thing. He's the Passover lamb. He is the lamb. He's a replicating miracle to spare the people from the judgment of God in exactly the same way the Israelites were being spared from the judgment of God during the plague because his all-knowing ass couldn't figure out which doors to go into.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, because people will like talk about Jesus as the final sacrifice, not in the awesome, like possibly one of the greatest episodes of Mystery Science Theater 3000 ever. Not that final sacrifice. If you know, you know. But people talk about it, okay, but they'll say like, oh, Jesus like putting an end to the sacrifice was supposed to be a way of showing like, well, that's not what God's original, real, perfect plan was. Like, okay, no, if that was the idea, then Jesus wouldn't have had to been sacrificed. He would have just come to earth and said, hey, yeah, you know that sacrifice shit? Cut that out. But no, he still had to be a sacrifice. He still had to shed blood. So it's still, even though he was the final one, it still came down to blood still had to be shed.
How do we know it was the final one, though? That's not really in the Bible, is it? That's more like an inference.
Well, hey.
Christianity is full of inference,
in the Bible.
Really.
Going to churches.
What's that? Touche. All right. But speaking of things in the Bible, Fox is like, I thought Moses just did the pull my thumb apart trick, and Pharaoh said, sick, and let them go. Like, I'm not a biblical scholar. Just like, I'm no cold case detective, but you may be onto something there. Yeah, that was totally it. Had nothing to do with any other sort of like blood magic or other what they would call pagan type, ritualistic type things. Like, no.
Well, it had to do with the hardening of the heart, Pharaoh.
Oh, God.
They are a stiff-necked people.
There's
that's racist against the rural
something. No, those are rednecks.
You know what I mean.
Those are my people, man.
That I just reminded me of when how much of the Bible is a conflict between rural and urban. Like all the way back in Genesis was like Cain went to the city, right? He was a city person.
Right.
And a lot of the conflicts we have happening in America is very much the rural people being spooked the fuck out by what's happening in cities and just humanity in general. And they're like, well, we can't have that.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you guys are just like really behind development of a culture.
Yeah.
Well, it is like that all the way through. Like, look at Sodom and Gomorrah, right? You know, Abraham's doing the shepherd thing. His cousin or whatever the fuck Lot was is doing the shepherd thing. They're agriculturalists. They're pastoralists. And the city people, though, they're wicked.
Right.
So
right.
God destroyed
or
the
even
city.
Right. Yeah. Or even like this is like an interesting way that I've heard like the whole like Moses and like the whole entering the promised land story like interpreted. It's like if you look at it, like the character of Moses, like the way he's basically built up as like this like outdoorsman, like, you know, he's a shepherd, he's like out in the wilderness, like in Midian or whatever. But then so it's almost appropriate that he wasn't allowed to enter the promised land, you know, like, you know, the city environment. But even like once God basically told him, oh yeah, you remember how you like hit that rock when you weren't supposed to, even though the other time I told you to hit the rock and it totally worked, but then you did the same thing, then I got pissed. Anyway, you're not allowed to go in the promised land, bottom line.
Yeah, because
but then as Moses, like delivering.
Yeah. Apparently love is not patient.
And love does keep a record of wrongs. But when Moses was like giving his like final address to the people of Israel before entering the promised land, like it definitely had that like feel of, okay, be careful. Now you're going into a city environment. So like, beware, here's some temptations you're going to have. So it was basically Moses saying like, okay, now you're transitioning from the wilderness to the city environment. There's going to be all these pitfalls you're going to have to watch out for. So yeah, like you said, that whole theme is like running all throughout the Old Testament, where like rural wilderness good, city bad. It's a thing. Pharaoh dysfunction affects 3 out of 10 pharaohs. See, that's what the whole like Nile River like turned to blood. Moses was just trying to help him with blood flow. That's
right. Yeah, like if your stout staff keeps turning into a limp serpent, if you know what I mean, be sure to consult your local Pharisee or something.
And if you're experiencing a plague lasting 4 or more hours, please consult a physician. But which, like, they always say that in those commercials, but I'm always like, I don't want to think about how they actually deal with that once I get.
They don't say why. They don't say why you should go to the hospital or the ER if you have an erection lasting.
Do you want an answer?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I imagine like death is on the menu at that point. Like, why go to the hospital?
Not death. So the glands that causes the inflation, that causes the hardness, the way those work is there's little valves in the veins that close up, and it keeps the blood from returning, so they stay full. Those are supposed to relax.
And if they don't,
necrotized,
it
cut off the blood flow. And so if it goes for 4 more hours, you're at substantial risk of losing the entire appendage.
Man, they should say that. They should really say that.
Yeah. That sounds bad.
Overinflation.
That $2. Boom! And suddenly your room is sin-free.
At least now I know the angel of death won't come and visit me. So
got it on the doorway. We're good.
Penis angel fucking left though.
Yeah, it's like the doorway, like, and the floor and the wall. But hey, that's incidental. But
it's extra purified.
Anyway, or something. But hey, but since I'm not the firstborn, I guess I wouldn't have anything to worry about. So I should probably get that taken care of anyway. So anyway, so back to why this woman's crazy, but all the crazy stuff in the Bible isn't crazy.
With this kind of thing is that it starts to resemble witchcraft more than Christianity. Which
he has to put the qualifier on there because I have news for him.
So apparently to this guy, because he cited the example where the Israelites had to use actual lamb's blood to mark their door. So according to Mr. B, grape juice is closer to witchcraft than actual blood.
Again, I knew some Wiccans who were like, let's use grape juice instead of actual blood. So kind of.
Well, okay, to be fair, but I doubt Mr. B knew about that kind of situation. I'm sure if you asked him, like, well, what do witches use? He's probably like, oh, they're all about like the ripped blood and all that pagan
toes
nonsense.
Of frogs and whatnot, because they sell those at Kroger too.
Yeah.
I sold in Salem too. I lived there for a little bit.
That I could buy, yeah.
Yeah. There's several.
I've only visited the ones.
Stores.
It's very people-y up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lived in the Latin ghetto for like 3 months when I was on an internship out in Boston. That was an interesting time. Man, I rollerbladed around Salem and it was a thing for a minute.
Oh yeah, you rollerbladed. Those were the days back when we did that.
Yeah, vegan witches got to have options for sure.
It's a valid point. What are the vegans supposed to
True.
do?
Yeah, got to be inclusive. That's for true. All right.
Witchcraft relies on rituals, symbols, and objects to try to control spiritual forces.
Crucifixion, what?
Hold on.
Oh, you're so close, Mr. B.
Have you read this thing?
All right, I want to hear that again.
That it starts to resemble witchcraft more than Christianity. Witchcraft relies on rituals, symbols, and objects to try to control spiritual forces.
I gotta step off to the side for a second. I gotta light something.
So, rituals and symbols to control spiritual forces.
Yeah.
So I don't know, something like sprinkling lamb's blood on your door to keep an angel of death from killing your children, or sprinkling like the blood of a dove over a thing to
circumcision,
because like you had your period. Yeah. And
gotta make the children bleed.
Or drinking like wine and like having bread to like keep your spiritual state all on the up and up with the big dude. Like, dude, have you heard of Christianity or Judaism?
But that's okay.
That's literally all.
That's okay because God commanded that. That's how the morals work.
I mean, like, I don't know for sure which kind of church Tim goes to. The symbol on his hat indicates he's probably some version of Catholic or Eastern Orthodox, but who knows? But there's a fair bet he goes to a building where they all chant together, a ritual, and there's a big old symbol which usually looks like a lowercase t, and there's objects like, these, or the candles on the altar, or what the fuck, like they all have freaking symbolic significance. Like, you're describing your thing, my guy.
I know, like it's like the self-awareness is lacking with this one. Yeah,
I will say, like, there's a certain. I wouldn't say the church we went to was a church that would have like bought into like the king stuff completely, but there is a. I am trying to place his Christianity now. Like I would place him like suburban, non-denominational, or denomination that pretends to be non-denominational. Like there's certain like modern Baptist churches and shit that are like that.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite memes. Like these two people, like with the word bubbles, and one of them says like, it's like, "Hi, I'm non-denominational. How about you?" He's like, "Oh, hi, lying Baptist. I'm Lutheran."
Absolutely. Holy shit. But yeah, a lot of these apologist guys, they're vague because they want to appeal to the evangelicals.
Yeah.
But a lot of them are tradcaths.
Yep.
Yeah, there's that. No, I have seen like Tim here, like doing videos with Elisa Childress, whatever her name is, like, and she's like very much like fundamentalist evangelical. So that's, I guess that's what makes me kind of like,
they wrote a couple
mentally, subconsciously, whatever kind of. Yeah, so I guess I kind of like had subconsciously put him in that camp just because that's usually like the context where I'd seen him in any context. It would be something like that where I've seen him before. But
it's weird though. He strikes like, I grew up Catholic, so like he hasn't struck me as like the trad cats, like God, what's that? Capturing Christianity, ass fucker.
Oh yeah, Cameron Bertuzzi, or Warren is another one.
And by the way, I use the term ass fucker as an insult because I know he would not like it, not because I think it's an insult.
He does work for Stand to Reason with Greg Kokel, so I imagine he'd be the same denomination as Greg, but I don't know Greg's denomination either. However,
Greg also like strikes me as like run of the mill fundagelical type, but
that's what Tim strikes me as, which is why it surprises me that he's against this whole like witches for Jesus thing, because for sure, like if they have a prayer ministry at the church he goes to, there's probably stuff they get into that is other people would say is witchcraft.
Okay.
Right.
So his bio on X says he's a pastor at Cedarview Church in Toronto. I'm not finding one in Toronto, but there is one in Newmarket, which
is that
might be close for certain values of close.
Oh yeah, like my zip code is Cincinnati. Technically, I'm in a different city. It could be something like that.
It's close in Canadian.
Yeah.
But, Church and Drift. There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a flavor of Baptist. They don't actually outright say, but there's stuff right on their front page like "Get baptized."
Yep. That's a big thing with the Baptists.
Hence the name.
It's in the name. Yeah, I mean, I should know. I grew up.
That makes
Baptist,
sense with the king. So. The king thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Patriarchal as hell.
Mm-hmm. All hail King Jesus and all that. All right, so going to back them up a little bit because like we're getting a fortunately, but I want like fortunately.
Witchcraft relies on rituals, symbols, and objects to try to control spiritual forces. Fortunately, the Bible.
Also, Matt, does that remind, like, that doesn't sound at all like a certain prayer ministry we were a part of, right? Like we weren't going to use anything ritualistic to bring about certain spiritual
words into the 5 steps, and you had submit to authority.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So Fox is saying Cedar what? Oh, Canadian research session.
Yeah, it's entered really weird.
Ooh.
It's Cedarview Church, with the 2 capital C's, but no space, and then Toronto. And like I said, I didn't find one in Toronto, but that doesn't mean maybe they just have no web presence. Maybe Tim embarrassed them so much and they deleted their website. I don't know.
But hey, fair enough. But all right, but let's hear what the Bible tells us that's totally different from using like rituals and symbols to try to influence spiritual things. I'm sure the Bible is going to tell us something totally different.
The Bible tells us how to fight spiritual warfare in Ephesians 6. Put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. Notice what's absent from the armor. Grape juice. Look, if there...
Oh my God, there isn't a wall close enough for me to headbang against it. This is nuts.
That wouldn't, if I made 100 guesses, I would not have seen that come. Like,
yeah, so, well, he had to pick like the one instance where the Bible talks about combating like spiritual forces that doesn't use anything like ritualistic or blood or animal thing or whatever. It's like, okay, you found the one, Timmy.
That's why I think, like, remember I've said this before, it really feels like part of Tim's brain is an atheist. Because, like, why he did this earlier too. Why is he self-sabotaging in such an obvious way? Where he's like, it's not that, it's this thing that's just like that. He did that before too.
Oh, but let me find the one example in the Bible that doesn't include all those things and make you think that that's representative of the whole thing. Yeah.
If there's chaos in your home, the answer isn't dumping Welch's grape juice around your house. It might be good old-fashioned counseling. And if it's spiritual, then use the armor of God. Our ultimate victory.
Okay, at least he threw in like the getting actual counseling thing. Like that's good, but the fact like, oh, but if it's spiritual, like no, like even if it's something you call spiritual, still get counseling for that because it's probably not actually spiritual.
Like, know thyself.
Ralph, has Tim read this thing? Because like I just looked up Ephesians 6 and there is an actual passage, it is subheading armor of God. And it does the introduction, finally be strong in the Lord, yada yada yada. It says, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, against authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Yep. So the rulers, the kings, and the dark forces who art in heaven. What are you wearing on your head, Tim?
And it's like they
don't, no self-awareness.
And it's like they don't put he doesn't put the whole verse like on the screen when he says Ephesians 6 because it's like, does he know? Is it for just simplicity, or is it because he knows it gets complicated if he puts up what it says?
Possibly because it's a short, but I've never heard a person actually, or seen, I suppose, put the scripture on because they don't want you reading it. They want to just like remember that's where armor of God is. They just want to make that quick connection, but don't want you to think too deeply about it.
Right.
Get you back into that.
Yeah, because that also there's also that aspect of like, well, he said a reference and then told us what it is. So consciously or subconsciously, they're thinking, oh, I don't need to look it up. He just told me what it says.
Authority.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what verse 17 says? Take the helmet of salvation. You know what else is it? It's a helmet of salvation, not a fucking crown, Tim.
No, but Jesus gets a crown, so he gets one too.
Of course, he's at least as important as Jesus. I mean, Jesus is telling people how to save their souls. Tim's doing that. Where the fuck are you, Jesus? You had one job. Yeah. Okay, granted, it was die, and you did that, but still.
So A+ on that. But like you didn't just die; you got fucking crucified, which is like that's like
you went for extra.
That's
credit.
like next level dying. That's
died as a criminal.
Like that's. I mean, that's like whoa, show off. It's like,
where's Tim's cross?
But I'm sure it's on that shelf behind him
probably.
somewhere. But
Wouldn't that be
But yeah,
hilarious,
but that's
though?
it's
all that random shit, no cross.
Well, he's one of those Baptist churches.
Graven Idols.
Yeah.
He's got a YouTube play button.
It's got his little. Yeah, he's got his YouTube plaque.
Yeah, even if he has a cross, the fame and the money is way more important because that's what he's featuring.
But he's an everyman. That's why he wears the Henley long sleeve tees.
Just
well,
like
he's Canadian. They might all wear long sleeve Henleys up there.
It's like, yeah, it's like just like we all do. Checks notes. Never mind.
I can't wear them.
So
I don't understand buttons that aren't for anything.
That's true. Yeah. Like it just seems so fake.
Victory isn't what we pour on the ground; it's in what Jesus poured out on the cross.
Did I just spend a freezing cold?
Oh, so see, it's not about blood. It's about older blood.
Special blood. Magic blood. Like the loaves and the fishes. It just keeps multiplying.
Is he going to explain why they use Welch's in his church for communion and why that's like a magic thing they have to do all over and over? No.
Okay, so
sponsorship, I guess.
So here's a point I heard raised recently, and I can't wish I could remember who it is, but like we're done with Tim here, so like put him away for now. But someone I heard, and I wish I could remember who, like made the point recently. So speaking of the whole like Catholic like transubstantiation thing, where they believe that like the communion wine literally becomes the blood of Jesus.
Yeah.
And so someone made the point like, okay, if the Catholics can just like turn wine into like real blood, then like why are they not donating this blood like for all these like blood banks and like all these like blood drives or people are needing to go in and get like if the Catholics can just make the shit and it's Jesus blood, which that's got to be better than like what I got, right? So like why are they not sharing that and like actually?
And Catholic Church uses some knockoff like kosher wine garbage. It's not good. You can get drunk off of it because some priests do.
It raises an interesting question. When Jesus turned the water into wine, was it kosher? Because it had not been blessed by a rabbi at the wedding. It was, I mean, it was produced by a miracle, but it wasn't blessed by a rabbi. So it cannot be kosher in keeping with the law. It was halal or haram. Haram. It was haram.
Haram. Because it was not halal or whatever.
One of those.
Yeah.
I'm American. Forgive me.
One of them words. Right. Exactly.
No, that is interesting. I hadn't heard that angle before. That's like another subversive thing in that story, or it's another.
Just popped into my head because we've been talking about these things.
Or it's another Roman citizen who's also a Jew, like writing stories and not understanding all the context. That's also possible.
That never happens.
Right? No.
That's one of the things that I find so funny about the olive oil is because, you know, the Septuagint was Greek and the reason there was so much olive oil in Greece was because of naughties. Like they didn't have proper lube at the time.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Like, and it tastes good, so why not? So. All right, so Fox apparently doing some more research in the background here. Got Cedarview Church on the outskirts of Toronto, Newmarket. Okay, so that is like a suburb, perhaps. They are Baptist, but don't appear to use grape juice.
Interesting.
I am not familiar with this kind of Baptist.
Right. But that's the good magic blood.
Yeah. Is it made from real Girl Scouts?
Ooh.
Oh, I think our church had similar recovery programs. We had men's healthy sexuality, which was like all about the porn was the bad.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they had like full on like conversion therapy programs, but they definitely seem to be of the opinion like, hey, with Jesus you cannot be gay anymore. That's totally a thing.
Uh-huh.
But but they were also that like non-denominational / lying Baptist. Like they also like they served grape juice and wine for communion. Like so they gave people the option,
which was good on them.
Yeah, sure.
But then shut up about everything else.
Right.
The Church of the Holy Gaslighting.
Everyone's favorite flavor.
Geez. All right. So I have a couple other shorts pulled up here. Like, so I don't know, like Ember, Matt, like how long are you two good for?
I'm good for a bit longer.
I'm still awake. I should have been in bed a while ago, but I mean, I've been heckling from the side chat instead of like going to bed.
Well,
yeah.
We appreciate
I'm heckling from the 4 chat, which is what I just decided the not side chat was.
Like the 4 chat. It's like a foreskin, only I don't know. That's where my head went with it. Head. Anyway, so good for Canada having conversion therapy be illegal. That's
Our president just talked very recently about thinking how cool it would be to reopen insane asylums. So speaking of conversion therapy,
Oh yeah,
right, well,
we're gonna cancel Medicaid and make conversion therapy mandatory.
Good fucking luck. This country is built on people who rebelled against shit they didn't like. So
right. Well, all right. So, but before we get to another video, I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be just
see. This is where you go. While we have a minute, like, subscribe, find some merch. I don't know if you guys have merch, but find some merch.
We're gonna buy somebody else's merch.
Yeah, get that Rhythm with the Tism shirt that was not sponsored but could be sponsored. If you leave a little note like in the special order instructions, say, hey, I saw this on the Humanity, maybe it'll become sponsorship. It could happen, you never know. But also share. The weirdest
sponsorships, that would be amazing.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah. So Ember, you're in these United States, correct?
For now, unfortunately.
Yeah. You planning on going?
I'm
no shade if you are.
If I have to.
So we had kind of been looking into that for us because for us it depends on what happens at the end of September when they talk about autism. How serious we consider things. There's a whole paperwork deal. Like if you're going to be somewhere for like more than 60 days, you need more than a passport and a whole lot of paperwork on the front end.
Yeah, it depends on where you go. Like, for example, Belize, just to name a random country I've done absolutely no research into. With a U.S. passport, you can stick around for up to 6 months with no special visa required. You can just vibe there for half a year.
And you can just like move on if you need to. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something I've considered, but if it weren't for my situation, like with with my kids and their mom, like I probably would have left the country already.
That's my main hang up too. Is like 2 of my kids have passports, but the other 2 don't. And while my son, it's hard to say because he's disabled. So cuts to certain things may affect him, but in general, he's a cis white male, so he's not in any real danger.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's difficult enough to relocate yourself. To have to relocate like my oldest is like an adult. Like they work in a freaking biomedical research facility. Like they'd have to uproot all their things, and it's just so I probably should have left on January 20th, if not before, for a whole bunch of things that happened after that. But for the moment, I don't know. I feel like a frog in the water that's already starting to boil. But I'm trying to. I don't even know why I'm trying to wait. It's so stupid, but it's also so expensive, and I'm very poor.
Yes.
So
There's a point where this turns around. It's the gamble, like. So like straight cis white people like are going to be in danger last.
For certain values of straight cis white people. Like, I mean, hell, back in January, we had roving gangs of red hat wearing men wandering around grocery stores in broad daylight chanting "Your body, my choice," and the crime rate has gone way the fuck up.
Yeah, so like the gamble is like, when do you like when is it not safe to stay based on your situation, and then like where's the point? Like this does turn around at some point. When does it turn around? Like
that's another one of the hard things, because like if we could see a point that is a light at the end of the tunnel and be like, okay, I only have to hang on until, Halloween or whatever, right? Then we might be able to plan around that and make it work. But as it is, it's a constant Damocles sword hanging over your head. You can't plan anything. You can't live your life. You have to at least half hide all the time. You're constantly under threat. And every day brings another thing that makes it worse.
Yeah.
But I guess on the bright side, tilting windmills here.
Hooray!
Also, another bright side,
even if you're late,
is they're really bad at all this. Like, this is some of the most incompetent people trying to pull this off.
One big plus of fascism, if you want to call anything about fascism a plus, is it tends towards incompetence. Like, it's kind of a hallmark of fascism. Remember, when Mussolini came to power, his whole thing was making the trains run on time. And I use this example a lot, but it's because people know it. They say, oh, well, at least he made the trains run on time. The way he did that was by dictating that they would change the clocks at the train station depending on when the trains arrived. Like, the trains actually got later, but they made it a law that when the 4 o'clock train pulled up, even if it's 6:15, it is 4 o'clock. It is politically correct to say it is 4 o'clock. That's where that term comes from, by the way. Political correctness means complying with the law rather than reality.
Yeah. So that saying is really sarcastic.
There's a lot of.
I was going to say, because if you want the trains to actually run on time, like. It's like, have you met autistic people? Like, we got you covered.
Just put people who do the thing in charge of the thing. But no, we have to micromanage everything and it all falls apart. And the next thing you know, there's wildfires and you're opening dams to reservoirs that are hundreds of miles away that just go straight into the ocean. And you're going, haha, I've done a thing. It's the problem is solved.
Ta-da. Performative.
Declarative even. Half the time it's not even a performance. It's like, behold, I have scribbled with a pen. It's done. Like that first fucking day with those hundreds of executive orders. Look, I have scribbled with a pen. Now everyone is female.
Yeah, they did that. Yes. You remember that, Tommy?
Right.
Was when they defined when sex was defined, like it was at conception, I think is what they said. So at that point, everyone's technically female, and so he just declared himself out of existence as a male.
I mean, it's incoherent. It's phrased as your reproductive biology at conception. You're a single cell. You don't have whatever, but also the gametes that you produce at conception. Again, you're single celled. You don't have that equipment yet. So technically everyone's legally non-binary, but whatever.
It's not like courts and laws matter anymore.
All right. Well, you fine folks ready for another video?
Another dose of Tim.
And I'll also say, and this is not at all to say that Ember is not enough, but I said the link is out there in the chat. If anyone else wants to join in, we're open. We can take several more people
Giggity.
if you would like to join us. So here, in fact, I'll put the link out in the chat one more time, just so you don't have to scroll up too much for it. So yeah, if anyone else, ooh, I could, but I can't from this end. But see, I'd have to go in and do a whole other thing, and then it'd be a. Anyway, it's in the chat.
Budget version for this service.
Yeah, but hey, we can't complain because like we're not the ones paying for it. This is through our buddy Derek, who like also has a show on Fridays. So check out what they call it, the Gnostic Agnostic or the Agnostic Gnostic. I can't remember which. Him and Aaron Tomlinson. It's a fun show on Fridays here on the YouTube. I can't remember what time. Damn it! But just go on YouTube all throughout Friday night and just keep like searching and refreshing their page, and it'll come up.
Does Aaron know the left hand path thing is also like a Luciferian magic thing? He probably does.
I think so. Probably, yeah.
Is he like a Satanist? All right, in not so many words. Or maybe. A Luciferian.
All right, so for the next video, like I have two pulled up. One is like another of Mr. B. Oh, speaking of also other friends who use the same platform, Jimmy, how's it going? It's like, but he's not coming on. Oh well. But if people want to catch Jimmy, he's on tomorrow night at the same time, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, Unreligious. Check out his show. I pop on a show from time to time.
You pop on to pop off?
So, and pop in and all the
pack
prepositions
it up, pack it
with the popping.
Let us begin.
I mean, battle me, that's a sin. But anyway, so all right. So next video, we have another Mr. B addressing the whole like how the extended ending or the extended edition of the Book of Mark, the director's cut, includes the whole like how like they can like handle snakes and drink poison and they'll be fine, but how he has a problem with people actually testing that.
He's not that kind of Baptist.
Yeah. Or I believe it's Alan Parr talking about should Christians really be doing this as an act of faith? And I haven't watched this.
Let's watch that one because I think the Tim one you suggested would be more of the same they just said.
Oh,
that's probably true. Is effective.
All right. So programming note, Jimmy, tomorrow a little earlier, so 6 Central, 7 Eastern, so an hour earlier than our stream show. So yeah. So people curious, just click on Jimmy. It's just his profile as he is in the chat there. Yeah, it's a good show. It's called Unreligious, and if you're on that early, I don't know if I'll be able to join you, but I'll see what I can do, buddy.
I'm finding out this smoke detector doesn't work.
It depends on what it's geared towards. You know, there's some that only detect excessive carbon, like from smoke. However.
That's probably
these
true.
Things will piss off a carbon monoxide detector, not because of excessive carbon monoxide, but because they're actually detecting the oxygen concentration in the air, and this can like offset it to like below the saturation that it's happy with, and so it's complicated.
Well, all right then. All right, so let's hear Alan Parr on Of the Beat. Say like, should Christians really be doing this as an act of faith? And this is one I don't think I've actually watched this one. So
wait, hold on a second.
This may
my conspiracy brain just kicked in when I saw this. The chats have been glitchy lately. Yes, we've had problems with the chats. Almost said the clats. The chats on our end too, posting here. I wonder if they're working on some kind of like chat monitoring thing on YouTube's end, because that is one of the oligarchs that runs that company.
That's true. Yeah, this is a problem. If people remember, we were having last week. Like the chats were like they were showing up on YouTube, but they weren't showing up on our end on Restream. But they started to like later towards the end of the show when other people were jumping on. Like Fox was one of those. Like I think Ember. I forget if you were on the early not visible crowd or later visible crowd. But yeah.
So here's my theory.
It was a whole.
We got to say enough of the no words for the current administration that like when they look at the data, they're like, oh shit, like 70% of the country. If like people we want to lock up, it's like 70% of the country. We can't run anything with that few people. Like make it look scary.
Okay.
Make them feel outnumbered.
So keep it going, folks. All right. So here's Alan Parr of the Beach with oh good. He showed up on the right part there.
1900, huh?
Branding. All right. Yeah. So should Christians really be doing this as an act of faith?
What is it?
And I think it might go a little something.
In 1955, there was a pastor who taught his congregation.
Hold on. That was the number 1,955. Like, I'm already annoyed.
That you could handle snakes without being bitten. On July 25th, 1955, he was bitten by a snake. He refused medical care and died the next day. But in this situation, you have to ask the question, is there anywhere else in the New Testament where we are commanded to drink poison and handle deadly snakes? No. So if these commands are not repeated anywhere else, you...
Well, hold on. This picture clicking thing in between, is he like glamour shots in here? Right? What's going on? It's bothering me.
Well, you got to make your transitions fabulous.
Hold on, but
it interrupts with a train of thought.
Is he
too.
trying? So I'm like I said, I haven't actually watched this one, so I'm feeling a little incredulous on the point that it seems like he's trying to make. So I'm going to back him up. And see, like, is he really saying
don't
what
believe
I think?
The Bible, which is
if it only said, apparently if the Bible only says it once, it wasn't serious, like it was just kidding, guys. Like
you have to ask the question: is there anywhere else in the New Testament where we are commanded to drink poison and handle deadly snakes? No. So if these commands are not repeated anywhere else, you must conclude that this command was specific to the apostles and not for all Christians.
Why?
Yeah, no reason.
The passage, first of all, we know it's an interpolation, but never mind that. It specifically says the followers of Christ. Like it doesn't not only does it not generically apply only to the 12, but it says if you follow Christ, this is a superpower you have.
This feels like
that's literally
just infighting. That's what this short is.
Yeah. Okay. So that, I guess that also applies to like anything that Paul wrote in his letters, because you got to remember those were all letters written to specific people. So if there's anything in there that he only said once, apparently that just doesn't apply.
Most of what Paul did.
That explains a lot, because there's that letter where he says, "Watch out for forgers writing letters in my name." But he only says it once, which is why there's forgeries, because they didn't need to listen.
And how do you know it wasn't the forger saying that? It's like the evil twin. Evil twin's like, I'm the real one every time.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like something a forger would say.
It's true.
So,
I mean, it's a great way to like. Well, this surely must be an authentic one because he's warning about forgers. Only the authentic Paul would do that. So this rule about, 15% tithes, that should be canon, clearly, or whatever else is in that letter.
Right. Okay. But that's also a weird standard where, like, apparently it's only ever to a specific audience if it only says it once. But, like, let's say the Bible says something 5 times, but each of the 5 times it says it, it's to a different specific audience. So like, why does the number of times it says it matter? Like, shouldn't it just be like, was this written to a specific audience or not? Like, it doesn't matter how many times he writes it to a specific audience. Like, does that make sense?
It's slightly different every time. Does that imply that every time it's iterated, it's to a specific audience? Like, I'm thinking of the passages in Leviticus where it says, if you do thus and such, you are unclean for 7 days, or you will be banished from the people. But in Deuteronomy, when the same law is repeated, the punishment is different. It's now you will be stoned to death or fucking impaled on an anthill or something. You know?
Well, what about?
Yes, sir. I'm still giggling. I just love the phrase "thus and such." I'm gonna have to work that into my lexicon.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks
quality.
for pointing that out because like my brain caught that and then I lost it, but I wanted to keep it.
You're welcome. I got you.
What about the four gospels? Like they don't all say the same thing. So
yeah, like the I think like the thief on his side who like asked to be with him like in paradise or whatever. I think that was only in one of the gospels. Oh, also it was only in one of the gospels where Jesus explicitly claims to be God as well.
John.
So that must have also just been for a specific audience. So we don't have to take that seriously.
Yeah.
So, but yes, you can. Well, I guess I shouldn't say you, including myself, because like I don't fucking know. But yeah, but the people when it comes to like studying the New Testament who actually know what the fuck they're talking about, yes, they can absolutely tell.
You can tell the real Paul because he's the one who's got Timothy stuck in him.
Oh, the thorn in his side. Well, if he's a thorn in his side, I think Timothy missed.
I don't know. Everybody's got their thing.
About tithing. So tithing shows up 3 times in Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Numbers. However, in both Matthew and Luke, Jesus rebukes the Pharisees about tithing. And says you're tithing, but you're neglecting important things like caring for your neighbors and shit. So, and also there's that whole thing about Jesus creates the new covenant, so the old law isn't enforced, and yada, yada, yada. Tithing only comes up once in the New Testament. So it's only said once, which means it's specific to, it doesn't apply to people generally, according to Alan.
Oh, yeah.
And it gets better.
Yeah.
It's 2 Corinthians 9:7, where Paul instructs believers to give each one as he has decided in his heart, which is to say,
yes,
tip what you feel.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And feel the tip. Just the tip.
If you're into that sort of thing, sure.
And hey, whatever. But yeah, thus and such. And things and stuff. Thus and such and things and stuff for the people.
So Tommy, at our old church, they didn't do communion like more than like once a month. It was weird. Anyway, when the days they did communion, did they do tithing gathering after that? I think
I don't remember.
No, they would have done it before because some people leave after communion. At least in Catholic churches, they do get the fuck out.
But speaking of like where the New Testament talks about tithing and why I think Jesus was actually kind of an asshole and not really a good example. When Jesus talked about it, remember there was that famous story about like where he's in the temple with the disciples and like, of the widow's mite, the poor widow who like gave like her last 2 pennies or whatever. And Jesus was like, that's awesome. So basically we have this woman who is completely poor and destitute and taking the last of the money that she has and is giving it to the temple that probably already has buttloads of money. But if Jesus were actually as awesome as a lot of these like super progressive Christians like to say he is, and like how he was all for like the poor and downtrodden and the outcasts, and he was for like bringing them up, that Jesus would say to this woman, like, no, keep your money. Like, why are you giving it to the temple? They already have money. You need this money. You're starving. Also, everyone else, who, like all you rich people who just threw all your big bags of coins and the money, like, get those back out. Help this woman out. No, Jesus was like, oh, that woman who gave like the last that she had to the temple. That's
he's
awesome.
like, look how fucking poor she is. That's amazing.
Like,
I mean, now she's got a perfectly a perfect bank account. It's a single digit and it's a circle, and God loves circles, and
because it's infinite, just
capitalism.
Like him. Yeah, she is completely unencumbered from the burdens of having any fucking money at all.
I mean, that shit gets heavy.
So,
Especially back in those days.
Now this is
they had fucking actual
right?
The shekels were actual silver coins. You had to carry the damn things
Right.
around.
I know they didn't have no banknotes.
But now she's unburdened by her money.
Oh, so that's when Jesus says, like, lay your burdens at my feet. He's talking about money. It all makes sense now. All right. But this is one thing that, speaking of our former pastor and how they talk about like money and offering, this is one thing he said about money. Now, this was in the context of why we should be giving it more to the church, but like on its own, I think it's a great statement because like people saying things like, oh, money doesn't buy happiness. I'm like, and like money doesn't matter. Like he said, oh, you think money doesn't matter? Try not having any.
Also, cool. The pastor should surrender half of his 6-figure salary. He should tithe that to us.
There's that too.
Be Jesus and shit, asshole.
Yeah. Right. Or there's that wonderful meme like, oh, the irony of like, oh, when the church has problems, you need to give your money. But when you have problems, the church is like, oh, you should pray about it.
And give your money.
Right. And also
your prayers are worth more the more you give.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. But it's not a prosperity gospel, we swear. But if you give more money, more good
give
things
us money.
To
God will
not a
bless
prosperity
you.
Gospel.
Test him.
Yeah. Which is the story I like.
If God
to
doesn't
give
show up in
like
30 days, we'll give you your money back. That's a new thing they started doing. I think they stopped.
Now that I actually do appreciate because at least they are like being in a way like being honest about it. Like because it
sounds like an infomercial.
Well, because
has anybody
but the thing is, if they're actually doing it, I appreciate that because basically they're making a promise, like a guarantee. But they're saying like, okay, if this doesn't happen, okay, we'll give you your money. But you have to
tell
back.
them why and do a conversation with them. Will they try to probably convince you not?
Oh yeah, there's that whole aspect of it. I guess.
Are you sure you want to unsubscribe to your heavenly mansion that's just waiting for you to die? Like maybe you should like go off yourself instead and move in today.
I mean, it
also
makes sense.
Solve your money
right?
problems, technically.
Yeah, but on that whole line about but the more you give, the more blessed your life will be. Like I guess my personal testimony on that front, after I gave like an embarrassingly ridiculous amount of money to my church, here's what my life looked like in the years following that. I lost my job, lost my house, got cancer, and my marriage ended. So
you should have given more.
I want my fucking money back. Anyway,
you should try to pull that. So. Well, then they can say, well, since you weren't really all in, which was the name of the campaign, by the way.
Yeah, well, and this was before they were giving their whole like money back guarantee thing. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. All right. Well, we were watching a video.
Were we?
Yeah. So Alan Parr is trying to tell us, okay, even though the Bible says that it very clearly in one place says we can do this thing as followers of Jesus, he's like, but it only said it once. So did it really say it? But I'll back him up just a little bit.
Man was specific to the apostles and not for all Christians for all time, which means this is what we call descriptive and not prescriptive. So
that's
descriptive
not what that
is
means,
when the
Alan.
New Testament writers are describing.
Yeah, what he's talking about is like the whole descriptive, prescriptive. That's completely different than what he's talking about here. It's like because even if you were to make the argument, and even if it were true that it was just for this one specific audience, it's still prescriptive for them. So it's like I'm not sure he knows what words mean.
I've seen a few of his videos. He does not know what words mean. Half the time he's having ChatGPT write his scripts. Yeah. We're lucky he can pronounce descriptive. You know?
That's probably true. But yeah. I also wonder how many churches are running crypto scams.
Yeah. Buy Jesus coin. Yeah, it's thing. Guaranteed to ascend.
Oh, but what if it descends into the depths like he did
only
for 3 days?
temporary.
But it's all right
for 3 days.
No,
It's
3 days
harrowing
later,
of
it'll
hell.
rise again. Yeah.
Said everybody who did a
Yes,
sin
indeed.
ever.
Uh-huh.
I think Jesus just wanted to sin.
Oh.
I mean, it's okay in hell, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't sin in hell, where can you sin?
Really,
I mean,
yeah.
really. No. But speaking of Alan Parr, like, do I need to bust out the impression now?
Do it.
Or because my thing with that Alan does is, it seems like he doesn't realize that microphones exist.
Yeah.
It's like, because like every time he talks, he's always talking so loud as if he doesn't realize there's a microphone right in front of his face, and that you can hear him through that, and not that, like, he thinks that the internet isn't a thing and that he actually needs to talk loud enough so that you can hear his actual voice from where he's at. It's like, I'm like, did like no one tell him how any of this works? How was that chat, by the way? Was that a good Alan Parr?
Right.
Like that's my first. That's like my first time like going live with it. Yeah, it happens in
I
Hell
think the
Station.
best Alan Parr impression is done by a puppet.
Okay. Once again, our apologist friend hasn't read his fucking Bible. So
what? He's not that kind of Baptist.
I know. I mean, I'm not even Googling it. Like, I'm just literally looking at the book. It's that fast, right? So verses in question, Mark chapter 16. Obviously, the later parts of that are the insertion. But yeah, starting at verse 17. And these signs will accompany those who believe in my name. They will, it's tiny and italic. They will drive out demons. They will speak in new tongues, not tongues, but new tongues, but whatever, details. They will pick up snakes with their hands, and when they drink deadly poison, it will not hurt them at all. They will place their hands on sick people, and they will get well. So the important part, I mean, obviously we can prove that this is the test for believers, right? Like, to prove you truly believe. You're not harmed by snakes. You're not harmed by poison. You can lay on hands and heal. So they need to, get baptized, do whatever ritual, whatever, and then immediately get to the fucking hospital and start healing people. Why are they not doing this? I mean, unless they're afraid they're not true believers or something. But it definitely says, go out and those who, and these signs will accompany those who believe in my name. Like, clearly not the disciples. It's literally anyone who believes.
Right. But yes, it's tiny and italic because, like, hey, I can relate. Like, hey, it may not have the size, but it makes its point.
Especially with sauce. What? Where's that olive oil?
Also, with the anointing oil, there is, at least in the oil used in the temple, there's cannabis residue on altars used in that time period by the Hebrew people. So there was cannabis used in the anointing oil, and guaranteed they knew how to make that active by like heating it beforehand. So yes. The incense in the temple might have been like weed incense. We don't know.
Yep. It does the trick.
I mean, we know the Bible is full of euphemisms. Are we sure that frankincense meant frankincense?
Well, it was either that or myrrh. We're not really sure what it is because, like, maybe it's myrrh. Yeah. No one's really sure what it was.
But if there's one thing I know about Hebrew, if that's a euphemism for something, it's probably genitals.
Yeah, it's probably God's genitals.
So, they do that a lot, yeah. Which makes you wonder about the whole section where Jesus washed his disciples' feet.
Right.
Interesting.
Right?
Oh, and when one of the Mary who was washing Jesus' feet with her hair?
Yeah.
That's an interesting.
It's like, it didn't say what hair.
Oh. Oh my.
Well, there's some Gnostic stuff for you. Maybe that was like the metaphorical indication that they were a couple.
Right. All right. Let's let Alan continue cooking here on why we can ignore
with olive oil.
Yes. It's healthy.
Describing something that has happened or something that will happen, but they are not prescribing that it will happen, that it can happen, that it
What happened here?
Sorry, I didn't realize I would do that. I just disabled my camera for a second.
Oh, that was weird.
Yeah, I thought
Restream is really weird. I'm sure you've already noticed when you add something to the screen, it tends to give priority to the thing rather than the people, and then you have to add the people back, and it doesn't know what the fuck it's doing.
I know, but like I said, we can't complain. We're not the ones paying for it, so
yeah.
But yeah, that's sustainable. Nods as good as a wink to a blind bat. Yeah.
should happen for all believers. Stop letting people pressure you into describing something that has happened or something that will happen, but they are not prescribing that.
Okay, but if he's describing something that will happen for true believers, then he's saying you can do this if you are a believer. But it's not prescriptive for reasons.
And he wouldn't apply this prescriptive, descriptive thing in other places in the Bible where it is descriptive and he takes it as prescriptive.
Oh, yeah. Like there's so many passages in the Bible that people universalize that are really written like specific. Like one of the most egregious examples is, I think it's in Jeremiah, like that whole like, the plans I have for you, says the Lord, are to prosper you and not to harm you. It's like, so like Christians like love to take that verse like, oh, God is saying this to all of us. Like, no, he's like specifically talking to that audience in Jeremiah. And it's also, I haven't read the passage, but it's also probably pretty conditional. Like most of these like prophets that God will do this for you, but only if you do this. So
there's that a lot apparently, of those. But also Alan Parr is one of those pick and choose Christians, but he's like seriously pulling cafeteria duty here. Like one of the things that he talks about in other videos is that all Christians who truly believe have the power to drive out demons in Jesus's name. He harps on about it in a lot of videos.
Yeah.
It's the same passage.
Yeah, the laying on of hands. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Well, again, maybe that's why he's not like reading the whole thing or whatever. But does he mean priest-scriptive?
No, because he is not Catholic. He would take offense of that very much.
That it will happen, that it can happen, that it should happen for all believers. Stop letting people pressure you into thinking if you don't handle snakes or something like that, or you're not able to cast out demons, that somehow you don't have enough faith. So I want to encourage you.
Let you pressure them.
Not.
I was just thinking,
but you
where
go
he put that cut. He made it into a sentence, but there was a cut right in the middle of it, and it was the perfect placement for a cut, because what he actually said before something else got stitched on was, don't let people pressure you into thinking. Cut.
Yeah, what did he say next that they had to cut out?
No, I think that may have just where he stopped, but they're like, oh, I need to say more? Oh, so he had to do a whole other take to add more on.
How much
he thought it was enough.
Like the verses in Mark.
Right.
How much you want to bet he paused after saying that word and realized how bad that sounded, and then he's like, fuck, I got to redo it.
Yeah, so let's hear that again.
And that it should happen for all believers. Stop letting people pressure you into thinking if you don't handle snakes or something like that.
Yeah, there's that little cut. Yeah, good catch there, Ember.
I mean, it's the end of the sentence even. Yeah. Like he goes on to say, if you did the yada yada snakes, like it's a separate sentence.
Yeah.
So I have to
or something.
Yeah. So in my head canon, it was like he literally just did a take where he's like, "Don't let people pressure you into thinking," and then that was it. But then like the director was like, "You're gonna have to say something else."
I think he. Okay, in my head, how that played out was he now hearing you say that, I think he started that sentence without knowing where he was going to end it. Pressure you into thinking. Again, it's like we're like part of his brain is atheist and trying to tell him the truth.
I'm clipping that and adding it to my apologist montage.
Looking forward to it.
That, or you're not able to cast out demons, that somehow you don't have enough faith. So I want to encourage you to pursue a deeper walk with Jesus.
Yeah. So basically he's saying, like, don't let other believers pressure you into thinking that you should be able to do the thing that the Bible says all believers should be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what's with this image? Is he saying don't be like chubby Jesus? Like, what?
But even see, look at this freestyle. Like even Jesus is rolling his eyes at him, like, "Oh God."
Oh me.
It's like, oh my fucking me. Yeah.
See, this is why we can't have nice things. This is why I have to sacrifice myself to myself.
This guy doesn't even realize he has a fucking microphone and he doesn't need to yell.
Tell me I saw a cartoon recently that showed Jesus like cussing and he just went, me! Tell me that's a real thing and I didn't just dream that.
I haven't seen it, but I'll assume it's a real thing. But
it comes up in the Dark Matter 2525 cartoons a lot. Like the Yahweh character will be like,
maybe that's where I saw
me, damn it.
Yeah, I love that dude.
Also, I love that Lucifer is just Lucy. With pigtails.
All right, but let's see like what Jesus is like. He's either, I don't know if he's either rolling his eyes or he's just like really enjoying something right now. Which either way,
the olive oil, I'm telling you. He's having his feet washed.
Or like he's anointing that head in olive oil.
You are supposed to use a sacred rod when you do it, so
again with the penis stuff, man, those Hebrew people.
It's in the Bible. And I'm pretty sure it said it more than once, Alan. So get on it.
There's this thing in Catholic Church
where there's a of spiritual.
There's just you said that with the rod and the flinging. There's a thing in Catholic churches on Palm Sunday, especially, where they'll take a palm frond and they'll dip it in holy water and fling it on the crowd. And now that you said the rod with the oil, and I'm like, that was just like they're just flinging like holy jizz on people. This symbolism is nuts.
The coming of the Lord, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, come inside me, fill me up. Yes,
Lord Jesus.
Yeah, and hey, and also in the spirit of communion, you got to swallow, don't spit. So,
yeah.
Of faith. So I want to encourage you to pursue a deeper walk with Jesus, not just display of spiritual gifts, because at the end of the day, as Paul said, I will show you a more excellent way, and that way
I will show you the world.
I thought Jesus showed us the way, and Paul's like, I will show you the way. That makes sense. He was kind of an ass.
Well, I mean, that was sort of Paul's his whole thing was never mind what Jesus said.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, just pay him lip service and send me your money, and you're saved.
Exactly. But olive oil on the head. Like, if you want to go deeper, like Alan's saying here, that's how you do it.
What is up with
and
you?
If you want to go deeper, oh, sorry, that's a different channel.
Watch the full.
Want to go deeper? Watch the
Cripes. All right.
How's Alan Parr a thing?
That is a good question.
What produces an Alan Parr, and then has him? What's the Alan Parr market out in the world? I don't understand. The people
how is the world feeling? We have an Alan Parr deficit.
Yeah,
it needs.
They're like, oh, I needed an Alan Parr. When they see him on YouTube, I don't get it. Oh, the Mr. B, also known as Tim, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Yes. yes, it is called The Beat with Alan Parr. I don't know why, but yeah,
he's trying to be black.
He was like originally a musician asterisk.
Okay.
Like I can't remember now, but the first time I came across him, I recognized him from somewhere before, but it's I've blocked the memory now. It was too traumatic, I guess, or something.
Understandable. But as Foxer says, the euphemisms in Christianity are wild. It reminds me of the way a guy I know talks about his jujitsu stuff and has no idea how it sounds. Or I've also heard it's fun, like if you're watching football, like just listen to the commentary and pretend they're describing like gay porn. It makes it a lot more exciting.
And jiu-jitsu is basically just aggressive foreplay. I don't understand how it's a sport and the straightest of dudes are doing it and they just don't see.
Yeah, well, unrelated to that, but other ways I've heard jiu-jitsu described that I really liked. Things like involuntary yoga and the art of folding clothes while someone is still wearing them. So, yeah. Whew. All right. Well, I don't know how you two feeling. You've want to try another short, or are you good for the evening, or what were we thinking? Well, the other short is also related. What's that?
I could do another short, and then I would need to go.
Okay, yeah, because this one is also related to that whole passage about like the Christians like drinking poison and handling snakes. But this is back to Mr. B and like getting his take on it. So,
I could be.
Is that something you want to do, or
yeah, let's do that.
How are we feeling? All right, Ember, are you up for that?
I'm getting awful damn sleepy, but I'll give it a couple more minutes.
Okay.
All right.
You don't have to stay. Like, I don't want you to do something that's not good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Feel free to duck out whenever you need to, but yeah, we'll go ahead and. All right, and we're back to the B.
Back to that face.
He is so disappointed. It looks like he's disappointed in you specifically there, Matt. Like he's looking right at you. But all right. All right. So here's the Bible has something to say about this. Interesting. All right.
This really is antifreeze. I do not recommend you drink it. I'm not going to drink it. I want to know, simple question, which I would have asked, but I'll just ask it now. Is there anybody in the audience who will stand up for Jesus? Because he says if you deny him before men, he will deny you before your God. So here it is, folks. Here it is. Show me. Anybody, Bueller. Go ahead, you laugh. Every single one of you knows that it is nonsense, that your Lord Jesus Christ has no more power than Godzilla.
And the devil took him to the holy city and set him on the pinnacle of the temple. And he said to him, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you, and on their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. Jesus said to him, again, it is written, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test.
This really is
you into thinking.
So basically, that's that one verse is like their escape hatch from actually trying to falsify anything that the Bible says. Like because here's the thing, like this is not because like the example he's watching here, this is not someone specifically putting God to the test. Like this is not a believer testing God. Mm-hmm. This is a non-believer telling Christians, okay, your Bible says this, prove it. Because so basically what Tim is saying here, okay, even though the Bible says you can do this and you'll be okay, but don't do it. That's essentially his argument.
Well, and they're laughing because they know they wouldn't do it, and that's why it's funny.
Yeah, because
it's absurd.
And also, and Tim knows, even though the Bible says Christians can do this and be fine, like he knows exactly, like damn well, what will actually happen if a person drinks antifreeze or any kind of poison or lets a snake bite him or whatever. Yeah, it's an actual drink. Yeah, so you do want to drink the Kool-Aid, but just not the antifreeze.
The Kool-Aid's not safe either. Like, not always.
Right. But
I'm getting stuck on the disdain on his face while he's watching this. And when he goes to grab his Bible, how just like the hatred that like is in that nonverbal stuff.
Yeah, because this is, you know, how Christians keep their faith unfalsifiable. Because like when it comes to all the things where the Bible actually maybe does make some claims that have some like real world like significance, and like there's a connection there. Okay, you can do this thing and this thing will happen. They're like, oh, see, look, the Bible clearly says do this thing and this will happen. But when it comes to an example like this, where they, like I said, they know full well this does not actually work, then in those cases they're like, oh, well, we can't test God. Like, don't actually do that. But in the other places where it says if you like tithe enough of your money, then you'll get like kinds of blessings. Yeah, actually, absolutely test him there, but not in the things that we know won't actually work.
Or we're not sure. We don't have faith. Then
right.
Is that all he had?
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Just disdain. That's all he had.
All right.
All right. So I guess mercifully that was a short one. So all right, but so Ember, looks like you're trying to share something here. Let's see what you got.
I this is the freshly updated version.
Oh my.
It was actually a tremendous blessing to these children for them to be killed and go to heaven and be with God.
Carl, that kills people.
I have a problem with this stuff being normalized across the spectrum, and specifically, like, why push this on kids? Why introduce this to kids?
I want to be ignorant, honestly.
If that is not good, then guess what? We are all absolutely screwed.
Stop letting people pressure you into thinking.
Oh, that's fantastic. Did you just put that together?
I actually made it for the video that came out today, but I'm like, I have to stick Alan Parr on that. It fits perfectly. So I guess it's a project now. Like every time I get a little clip that goes, I'll just it'll be like Disney's original idea for Fantasia. We'll just keep adding to it over time. Probably.
That's fantastic. Well done.
That was very good.
And quick work. That was good. Oh, awesome. Well, thanks, Ember.
Yeah.
Sorry, hitting buttons. All right.
Buttons. We love the buttons.
I had a job where my job was a printing company. My job was to hit buttons and load paper. I learned how to sleep standing up at the place.
I learned that trick at a gas station. My first job after I got out of the Navy was a gas station attendant, and we were constantly getting robbed, so we couldn't keep any staff. It was just me and one other girl, and like I spent so much time there. And when it wasn't time to like mop or make the coffee, it was so boring. So I just stand behind the register and doze off standing up.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I've had a couple jobs where I would just fall asleep at work just because it's one of those, like, there was nothing to do, but somebody had to be there. So I'm like, all right, I'll be in the office. Even got my pillow, but I'm not sleeping. Man. All right. Well, that was fun, right?
Yeah, Mr. B is allegedly not a good person.
Allegedly, in our opinion.
I don't want to slander.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm slandering. He could be an absolute.
Yeah, I mean, it's not slander if it's not slander if it's true.
Prove me wrong.
So, yep. Apparently, that's how this works.
You could just type it, and then it'd be a libel instead. So you know. But remember, we live in free speech America now.
Right.
It only counts as illegal if it's about the Führer. I mean, the dictator. I mean, the guy playing Weekend at Bernie's at Mar-a-Lago. Whatever.
The last president.
He's a dick something. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Ember. This was a lot of fun. Yeah. Glad to finally. I guess this is still virtually, but kind of face-to-face interact. Like
often that's as close as many of us internet folks get. I mean, unless we happen to show up at an ARC protest or something like that.
Right. Yeah. Which one of these days I'll make it to that. But yeah, like Matt is one of I think 3 people anymore that I actually see like in real life, like outside of family. But it's like most of my friends nowadays are just people I know online. So.
Yeah, we like lost our faith and COVID happened, and we're just like, oh, how do you even meet people now?
Yeah.
Well, it's especially hard to people these days. What with half of the people wearing red hats and being, let's say, antisocial. Let's.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I live in a town probably full of them. They're closeted. They don't have their signs out anymore.
They need a fucking parade. I tell you, it's a lot easier to come out of the closet when you've got thousands of people cheering for you, Well,
we have a parade like every Memorial Day in our town.
Okay.
Yeah, it's lame as hell. Like, like nobody comes anymore. They still throw candy at everybody from the parade, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hurl candy is a hallmark of American tradition, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically one in-person friend left.
I have exactly one. And it isn't even like, so my freaking God, so much life has happened. It's a long tangent, so I'm not even going to go into it. But like, I have one in-person person, and it's been over a year.
Wow.
No,
No, that like that. I think a lot of people are having a hard time.
Yeah. But hey, like on the off chance, if anyone in the crowd, if you're in the Cincinnati area, we'll be your in-person friend. But
we're
not.
Yeah, protests here.
Party.
So.
We could take a little drive and go protest the ARC. They won't be expecting us if it isn't July.
It's like nobody expects the random ARC protest.
We just have like signs. We need to have a mix of signs, like some serious signs where you're like, this is all bullshit, those kind of signs, and then like another one like the ARC stole my kitten, like something that doesn't make sense,
or
agree about it,
or no, like, even better, the ARC stole my virginity.
No, that's good. No, the other one that says the ARC touched me.
Or the ARC refuses to pay alimony.
I didn't even get the chance. This is another video. If you do get around to going over to my channel, it's I don't produce a lot of pre-recorded videos anymore because I spend so much time on lives on my channel and others. But aside from today's video, I think it's the most recent one. It's about the ARC protest, and I got kicked out of the ARC before I'd even set foot on the property.
Whoa!
Wow.
Damn. Why?
I mean,
special skills.
Done. Yeah. Like that's impressive. Yeah.
What kind of powers do you have where they like sensed you arriving?
You could say an angel heralded my coming.
Oh. Wow. It's amazing how threatened they feel by just
I mean, they feel so threatened. They make so much fucking. I mean, obviously, they make so much fucking money. They built a giant fake boat out of concrete and a wood facade. But details. They have a private police force for their amusement park.
Well, that makes sense.
Come to Bible Land. We have cops.
Got to keep everybody safe.
That checks out. Yeah. Oh man, I wish I could get an angel to herald my coming. I mean, yeah.
I mean, any kind of supernatural event is a good time, really. The earth moving. There's actually a video about that. I think it was an Instagram reel, but it may have been a TikTok. I can't keep my social media straight.
Yeah.
But it's one of those situations where this couple is visiting Iceland and it's super foggy and you can't see anything, but whatever. They're having a grand old time. It's Iceland. Yay. And the lady like turns around to look at the volcano in the distance. And then she turns back and the guy's on his knee and he's holding up the ring and she goes, oh, and as soon as he puts the ring on her finger, or maybe he stands up and they kiss, whatever, some dramatic moment, the fucking volcano erupts. I'm like, that's going to be memorable for them.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, I'm sure a whole village is about to get wiped out by an angry fire god, but it's going to be memorable for them.
See, like there was obviously at least one too few human sacrifices done. Like, come on, people.
Yeah.
The volcano's mad because she was supposed to get thrown in.
But instead she got engaged and like, oh, well, fuck that.
They didn't make it there in time.
It blew its top.
It's all their fault.
Should have had like Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan jump in, and then
hey, here it is. They think it's their special moment, but really it's all their fault.
I mean, I could see that in the divorce proceedings in like 10 years or whatever, and they'd be like, the moment I said yes, the very fires of hell and damnation themselves were brought forth into the world. We have an actual video of it.
So it's like, does that also have like an act of God clause, like insurance claims or something?
I know. Like now I'm second guessing this because I'm like, oh, cool, the earth moved. That's cute. But now I'm like, hell was unleashed.
Yeah, so yeah, when the earth moves,
consider this engagement.
Yeah, and like when the earth moves, that's usually not a good thing. Like,
I mean, technically, the earth is always moving. We're zipping around the sun and spinning, and the solar system zipping through space, and the whole galaxy is flying towards Andromeda,
and how like the whole universe itself is just expanding. Like, but look, I mean, what do I know? I mean, I'm no cold case detective. But yeah,
I've heard that rumor. Yeah,
he's not either. So
it brings me back to my senior year of physics, where the teacher was trying to explain general relativity, at least the general concept, the general relativity.
Right.
And one of the other kids was like, "Why is everything about reference frames?" And the teacher started to explain about special relativity, and I was like, "No, it's much simpler than that. Like." The earth is in motion along two different axes, plus the sun is moving, plus the galaxy is moving, plus the universe is moving. So what are you going to use besides a relative reference frame? Which of these do you want to declare the objective reference frame? Like, it doesn't even make sense in this context.
Right. Well, clearly the objective reference is us, like humans. Like, we're like literally the center of everything. So
I've heard apologists use that one too. They're like, the cosmos tells us that we are the special planet that God made specifically for the fulfillment of his purpose in creation. And I'm like, how the fuck could you possibly know that? And they'd be like, point your telescope in any direction and we can only see 14 billion years into the past. We are at the center. The earth is the center of the universe. And I'm like,
you don't know.
I need more hands for all the facepalm.
Yeah, hot den state, Florida. Like, is Missing Maud still here? Can you confirm? She's in Florida, right?
Speaking of hot den states. Anywho,
Alabama will also suffice.
I know you're trying to do an outro, and I keep tangenting. Like I said, I'm made of tangents.
That's also what we do.
mean, if you're familiar with the show, I mean, that's what we do too. Like we always end a good half hour after we end, at least.
Yeah, there's all lined up before the pitch.
Actually, the first time I came across you guys, like a month ago or whatever, I noticed the way you guys read the chats. And then you talk about whatever the person brought up, and it takes you a while to get back to the video. I was kind of like doing this thing. I'm like, how far off track can I get these guys?
Hey, that's a challenge we will welcome.
It depends. Sometimes it's the smallest thing, and we'll go for a while.
Yeah.
It's inversely proportional to how much we enjoy the videos.
That's fair.
Yeah.
More than once I've gone off on a lengthy tangent, and I'll have a guest or something, and we'll chit chat back and forth, and then finally we'll be like, oh, we're doing a video. Fuck it, we're more interesting.
Right. Yeah, because like before, like when we first started doing reaction videos, like if I noticed we were going off on a tangent, I would go and like temporarily like take the video down for us to talk. But like for tonight, like I noticed like I kind of like the aesthetic of just like leaving the video up so it looks like we were like actively ignoring this person. It's like, no, fuck you. What you're saying is dumb. We got our own thing. We'll get back to you when we feel. You just stay there on your dumb face freeze frame.
I mean, that's fundamentally what reaction videos are for. Is you use them as a springboard.
Yeah,
for things to talk about, right? Because I mean, we could say all the same things we say in a reaction video anyway, and we technically could say them in the same order. But with a video to react to, it's more natural, It's
right.
Without one, you need a script. You see? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we did it without a script for a while anyway, but that's before most people were really following us. So maybe that says something, but because like we only recently started doing like the reaction videos like more often. And that's something I don't know if we've talked about much like on the show, but that's something me and Matt have been talking about. It's like, I think that's maybe something we should do more often. Cause like, if you go back and watch our show for like the first like year and a half, like, or whatever, like we really didn't do very many reaction videos. It was more just like me and Matt, just like picking a topic and then kind of talking about it, kind of also rambling off topic because ADHD, but then like eventually coming back and like keep like weaving in and out of it. But yeah, but we found like, yeah, doing the whole like video reaction thing keeps us a little more focused. And yeah, like you said, it gives us kind of helps like the flow of our thoughts when we're like reacting to something as opposed to just off the top of our head rambling and whatever.
Yeah.
So,
very similar in my case. Like there's a lot of the ones I when I have time to properly prepare, I try to be a little choosy with them because they'll touch on something that I want to discuss. But the way my brain works, it is a lot easier for me to pull up specific information when it's in response to stimuli. Like when people say, hey, give us your bio.
I got nothing.
The fuck do I say? Like, oh, hey, I'm Ember. I'm a transgender intersex atheist minister who does advocacy for a whole fuck ton of nonprofits and also appears on half of YouTube 18 hours a day. Like, what do I say? Right? But
if you could put that all on a business card, I would love one of those.
But if they say something like, hey, Saturn has rings, then I'll be like, ding, oh, Jupiter has rings too. And we found out from the Voyager 1 probe and yada, 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 yada.
And Earth probably used to have rings.
And so does Uranus.
Does it?
Yeah.
That's
Earth used to have rings ages and ages ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And also I found out recently that there is a sect of Christianity that thinks, and I don't remember how they make this connection, but somehow they theorize that the rings of Saturn are Jesus's foreskin.
I've heard that one, yeah.
Wait, I checked out for a second, checked back in on Jesus' foreskin. What happened?
Some people say like that's what the rings of Saturn are. I don't remember why.
What?
I kind of don't want to remember why because for my
why is there a hole in it? Why is it so stretched out? This makes no sense.
Because he has a divine dong, obviously.
Like it's the bestest foreskin.
Why is it made of dust now? And it's around a planet. This makes no sense.
Well, of course it's made of dust. It's like a couple thousand years old by now.
It's all desiccated. I get it.
It'd be pretty dusty. But also, there's like 6 churches that claim to have the relic that is the foreskin of Jesus. So this little fucker, not only was he born perfect, but still had to be edited by humans after the fact, assuming he even had a divine dung in the first place. Because
he needed a baptism for the forgiveness of sins.
But they had to, his dung was so divine. He had so much bottom growth once he got onto teeth that they had to circumcise him 7 times, apparently. Or some of those churches are lying.
Well, his dad could fill the temple, so like father like son, I assume.
7 times. I mean, that's like the perfect number, right? 7 times, yeah. So
it's God's favorite, apparently. I mean, aside from 40, but that's only for, unpleasant things like flooding the planet.
And assuming only one of those foreskins could be the real Jesus, like whose foreskins are the other ones?
Part of David's collection, I assume. I mean, the fucker had hundreds of them. That man was really into foreskins.
Right? Yeah. It's like, were any of David's friends like, dude, this is getting kind of creepy.
You get the bucket of foreskins all the time.
Well, I mean, that's how he got the throne was by touching foreskins. Lots of them.
Yeah, and he has all those mighty men. Of valor.
Oh my.
All right. Well, I can't think of a better way to end this. So
neither can I. I was just thinking.
We're one of those rare pauses where it's like, okay, thanks everybody for coming. It's been a great night. See you next week. Bye bye.
Thanks, Ember. Yeah, that was good. It's like you've done this before. Yeah, weird. So, all right. Well, but yeah, thanks again for hopping on and joining us. This was a lot of fun.
That was good.
So,
yeah.
Hope to interact with you more in the future. But yeah, I will definitely be checking out more of your channel as well. So yeah, also everyone in the chat, if you haven't already, check out Ember's channel. It's apparently better than Ember. So, so if you enjoyed this,
the channel is better than I am. I mean, in fairness, the channel has all the subscribers. I just show up and broadcast.
There you go. Yeah, we're working on it. I think we're currently up to 67 subscribers. So if we could just get, if we could get at least 2 more, that'd be pretty nice.
Well, James needs to tell his friends.
Yes, James, tell your friends. If you had
the share button, people. That's how many of us watching got here. B.S. Lewis clicked the share button once.
Yep.
One use makes a huge difference.
Yep. That's literally how like we kind of blew up, at least especially on the YouTube side, because like when we first started, like forever, like we were like all our interaction and everything was on the Facebook side, but then BS happened, and now all of a sudden, like Kip Davis is following us, and we're like, what the fuck is even happening? So
Tommy's on with Nitty, and
yeah, hanging out with Nitty, hanging out with BS on his channel. Yeah. Anyway, so all right. Well, so yeah, thanks again, Ember, and again, I guess if people for some reason aren't familiar with Ember, go check out her channel. If people are here who are familiar with Ember but aren't familiar with us, like check out our channel. You can do that too. That's allowed. If you like it, like you said, share, subscribe, or if you're not a fan and you have someone that you really hate and want to annoy, share us with them as well. We're always up for a good spite share as well.
Absolutely. So. That's one plus that counter apologetics videos have over our more theistic counterparts is we have shareability for trolling purposes, because everyone has that annoying red hat uncle who won't shut up about how you need to come back to church. It doesn't matter whose video. Maybe a B.S. Lewis video is more your flavor. Whatever. Send them a fucking video. They deserve it.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't remember either, Fox, but I'm glad you made it. So, along with everyone else, whether you're commenting or not, or if you're watching live or watching later, or even if you're James, we love that you're here and interacting.
James is very confusing, more confusing than missing mud.
Yeah, but he keeps
my
going up, and
resident
we
theist
appreciate.
James also.
What's that?
I said weirdly, my resident theist is named James also.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, maybe it's
Is
a thing.
yours also a fan of the Kremlin?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yeah. So, well, I don't know if I would call James our resident theist. I would maybe reserve that more for Missing Mod. She's a little more of a friendly resident theist, I guess.
Yeah, we keep making James mad. Not really on purpose. I mean, on purpose, like he'd be more mad if we did that. But
that's how I got my James too. Like
he keeps coming back.
I forget if it was a Michael Behe video or a Stephen Meyer video, but I was dunking on intelligent design bullshit. And he came in and he's like, well, evolution is stupid though. And so we shouted
your version of it
in the comments. This was really early in the channel when I still did that, when I wasted my time on fighting people in fucking comment sections.
Right.
Wowzers. But and he came back for like every video I released and tried to critique it, and then I dismantled him and so on and so on and so on. And then he got busy. He like his job changed or something, and I didn't hear from him for a while. And then he dropped me. He went back to my very first video and he dropped a thing saying, hey, I know I haven't been around, but it's Christmas time and I wanted to say that you're in my prayers. And then it was like a while later and so on like that for a few events, holidays or something. And then when I actually started to transition, all of a sudden he got a lot more caring. He's like, I know we disagree on the science, but I want you to know that I value you as a person, and I'm so glad to see you happy. And I was like, oh.
Wow.
That's
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll get you to stick around. That's really cool. So
yeah.
Well, awesome. Yeah. I'm glad you're happy with YouTube. That's always a good thing. So
we're working on it. I'm better than ever.
There you go. What more could you ask? All right. Well, I probably need to go to bed eventually because I still have like a job, a regular job.
People still sleep. Welcome to YouTube, bitches.
Well, I said I have to work eventually. Like I'm probably at least going to have another beer in between now and then, and watch. Then I got to watch some more YouTube and see if I can have people explain the story of Bloodborne to me for that to finally make sense. Because I mean, I'm on my 4th playthrough and I still don't understand the damn story. But anyway, such is FromSoft. Anyway, maybe some of you have any idea what I'm talking about. But anyway, so cool. All right. So yeah, I guess that's all I got. Thanks again everyone for coming, especially special thanks to Ember for joining us, and thanks to Mr. B for continuing to put out things for us to react to. That's all.
I'd like to leave it at thanks to Mr. B for putting out.
And remember, don't let anyone peer pressure you into thinking.
Yes, I'm so glad we were able to provide that inspiration for you to add to your little montage there. That is fantastic. So, but yes. See, Fox knows what I'm talking about. See, I'm more a fan of Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. Those are my faves, but Bloodborne's really good too. But it's growing on me. Anyway, all right. So that's it for me. We'll see you back here next week. I think, this weekend I should be putting out another one of my Sunday videos. Matt may be making more shorts from our long episodes. By the way, he made our first short from last week's episode. Go check that out. And then there was our fun little Jesus and Mrs. White from Clue mashup that was a lot of fun as well. So check that out too. So yeah, if you're not following us on YouTube, that seems to be where the action is these days. So subscribe, follow, share, comment, the things, and whatever the hell the bots are doing on Twitch. Yeah, keep that up too. We love the engagement, even if it's spam. All right, that's all for me. Unless there was anything else from you, Ember.
I can always go on forever. You should probably just end the show.
Okay. All right. Take us
May your
out, man.
things and stuff be forever with your people.